Please welcome to the Intersect stage, Jason Oxman, President and CEO of ITI.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for joining us for ITI's fourth edition of the Intersect, a tech and policy summit. My name, as the voice of God just said, is Jason Oxman. I'm the president and CEO of ITI, the Information Technology Industry Council. It is my great pleasure on behalf of the whole ITI team to welcome you to our event today. ITI, as you know, is the premier global advocate for the technology industry. Our member companies at ITI are the most innovative companies deploying cutting-edge technologies around the world that drive productivity, economic growth, and societal benefits for consumers and businesses around the world. Now, right now, as we all know, countries are locked in competition as much as companies are, from the talent and the computing power to build it, to the resources to deploy it, and they're also talking about the policies that govern technology. So 2026 is, without question, poised to be a defining year in the international contest for power and for innovation. And all eyes are on America as we navigate these high-stakes policy debates. Now, over the next 11 months, policymakers around the world are going to be particularly active at all levels of government, and in three major areas: innovation, infrastructure, and influence. Policymakers will mold their approach and determine America's role in the global tech race. Now, at today's event, the Intersect, you're going to hear directly from the government leaders and from industry CEOs about these debates, about how actions will be taken that could make or break America's tech leadership in 2026 and beyond. Now, as you sit and listen to these discussions and discuss the events of the day, we invite you to share online your experience, available on LinkedIn and on X. We are ITI_tech-tweets. Please consider adding hashtag #TheIntersect2026 to your posts. Now, the room is also full of expertise, as it will be on stage, so I encourage you all to engage in the topics with each other. We are all about networking at ITI, and this is a great opportunity for you to make connections with new people who are here in the audience today. Now, I want to take a moment to thank the ITI member companies whose generous support made today's event possible. And those companies are Amazon, CrowdStrike, Accenture, Cisco, Dell, Ericsson, Intuit, Salesforce, Schneider Electric, MasterCard, Nielsen, Qualcomm, Sage, and Tenable. From that list of companies who have supported today's event, you understand the ecosystem, the global ecosystem of technology that ITI represents. Now, we have a packed speaker lineup for you today. So let's get started with our focus on innovation. And it's now my pleasure to welcome to the stage America's National Cyber Director, Sean Cairncross. Welcome.
Yeah.
Please. Well, I can think of no better person and no better topic to kick off today's discussion than you and cybersecurity. First of all, congratulations on, I think, month 5 on the job. Does that sound about right?
It does. Thank you. And thank you, Jason and ITI, for having me.
Well, we're delighted to have you here, and we've got a lot to cover. I want to start off with the mission, if you will, which you have undertaken. And obviously, President Trump talks about the America First policy for everything we do. Tell us about how that fits in with the Office of the National Cyber Director and the work that you're doing and the mission that you're accomplishing on behalf of the administration.
Yeah, of course. Well, President Trump has been very clear from the outset that he's putting America first across all domains, and cyber is no different. And I think what's unique about this domain in particular is in the past, and it's really the reason that underpinned the creation of the office, cyber policy has been diffuse across the USG, and it's had different authorities, different lines of effort, and it's never really been fully viewed as its own strategic domain. And so the president and the administration are seeking to change that and use this office to coordinate policy across the interagency. And so many people in this room who represent the private sector and who are on the front lines of the defense, particularly in critical infrastructure, we have to do this in partnership, or this mission is not going to succeed. And so our administration and the president wants to be very forward-leaning and collaborate and partner with the private sector in order to do this. And so part of the effort that we've undertaken, I'm sure we'll talk about the strategy that we are getting set to roll out, but part of even the process of that has been a lengthy engagement with the private sector in order to get a good conversation going and set things on the right track. So we're very excited about it.
That's great, and we're excited to be a partner in this effort and want to talk about how we can be helpful to it in just a moment. But you alluded to the National Cyber Strategy. A lot of folks in the room are eagerly awaiting that. You're going to have some key priorities that you focus on. What can you tell us about timetable and also about the policy priorities that you're focused on in the strategy?
Sure. The timetable is sooner rather than later.
Fair.
As I said, this is, look, a strategy document is, and I think the national security strategy or the defense strategy are good indicators of this. They are not a volume of detailed line items of what we're trying to achieve on a technical basis. It is a strategic document. This is trying to point a direction for the USG to go so resources and effort can be lined up across the whole of government under this umbrella to try to achieve these strategic ends. And so it is a short to the point document. It's underpinned with 6 pillars that we're focused on. Shaping adversary behavior is the first. It's an important piece of this puzzle for us. And what I mean by that is right now, in many facets of this equation, response to cyber crime, to things that seek to harm us in cyberspace is very reactive in a lot of ways, and we're looking for a strategic way to approach these different things, be it nation states, criminal nation state gangs, criminal actors, scam centers, ransomware groups, in a way that strategically we can work to dent the incentive to engage in that behavior. Move from there to the regulatory environment and working with industry across different sectors to streamline that in a way that is productive so that form follows function rather than a compliance checklist. What we'd like to do is work with industry to figure out a way that industry can best align its resources with the assets that it needs to protect. And rather than government being a scold, government being a partner. From there, we're moving to securing and modernizing the federal government, securing critical infrastructure, maintaining dominance in emerging technologies, and then working on the skills and workforce gap. And in each of those different pillars, we have various lines of effort, many of which are underway right now. This isn't look, I only have so much time in this job, and any administration is time limited. And so what we are concerned with, and what President Trump is always concerned with, is action and results. And so we are looking to put points on the board to make things work efficiently, effectively and with maximum impact in all of these different priority areas.
That's great. One of the magical things about the Office of the National Cyber Director that we supported the creation of for...
I like magical.
Well, it is some of it's magical thinking, unfortunately, and that is that you can act as this kind of arm of government when every branch of government has its own cyber operations. So one of the things that I think is really important for us to offer you in the private sector is help in you have a small but mighty team that is trying to coordinate activities across all branches of government, and the strategy is designed to bring some unity to that. But I want to make sure that you share with us a call to action about how we can be most helpful to you. What are you looking for from the private sector? What are the critical inputs you need from us? How can we help make this a success?
Sure. Well, I'll speak broadly, and then I'll get to something concrete. So you're right. This takes a lot of collaboration, and so that's true on the interagency side of things. And we've got tremendous colleagues at the White House, in the NSA's suite, in OMB, GSA, reaching out into the interagency. All the departments have been engaged and helpful. I think people are excited to make positive progress in this domain. It's been true on the private sector as well, and I think we have tried to be very clear, and if we're not, I'd love to be as clear as possible. Our office needs help. We need input from you. I can't make this up on my own. You know your regulatory scheme better than I do. Where there's friction, where there's frustration with information sharing, what sort of information is shared, the process through which it's shared, for example. It is helpful for us to hear that and have that feedback so that we can address it, engage it, and try to make it better, which we will do. We will make that effort, and we will be responsive. And so that's sort of broadly speaking. Specifically, there's a CISA 2015, which is the legislation that provides antitrust and liability protection for information sharing on these incidents. ITI has been extremely supportive in this, so thank you to you and the organization. Up on the Hill in getting this done from the White House, we have been very clear. We want a reauthorization. We want it for as long as possible. 10-year reauth would be great. And what we need from industry is an echo chamber up on the Hill to help make that happen. I can go tell people how important this is, or the White House can weigh in, and we have done that. But when the people who are actually affected by this start to weigh in with members, that has an even greater impact. And so I understand what we're pushing for. I understand the value that law brings. Obviously, the longer it's extended for, the more reliability there is, the more predictability there is, the more the lawyers calm down somewhat. I'm a former lawyer. I get it. And it would be extremely helpful. So my ask on a concrete thing for people in this room or people listening is to engage that and make that clear up on the Hill.
That's good. And who would have thought we needed a new name for it as well, because people get confused.
Yep.
CISA versus CISA.
Yep.
So I guess we need to focus on that.
I've actually had that conversation, and best laid plans.
Right.
That was an attempt to keep it from being one of these acronym heavy. Yeah. So it was a very straightforward.
Yeah. Until it wasn't. Right.
So
right. But we do share, in all seriousness, we share the sense of urgency that you have. We can't keep doing this 30 days
Correct.
at a time.
It has a real impact.
Yeah, it really does. Speaking of cyber things that have a real impact, let's talk about the AI tech stack. President has been very clear that the U.S. is going to dominate the world in AI. And there's a lot of focus on the hardware, the software, the algorithms, the models that go into AI. Not as much focus on the cyber elements of AI, I would say. Now, it's included in the 11-page ITA issued AI tech stack notice of inquiry, which is great. What can we do to make sure that there's more of a focus on securing the elements of the AI stack, and what's your perspective on how we're doing on focusing on
it? Well, a couple of things. The first I'd say is this aligns with one of the pillars of our upcoming strategy on emerging technologies. It underscores the point I was making on the collaboration we have going across the interagency. We've got tremendous partners at the Office of Science and Technology Policy, and we are working hand in glove. We're working on an AI security policy framework right now, and our goal is, as we move forward, and the president is very forward-leaning on the innovation side of AI, we are working to ensure that security is not viewed as a friction point for innovation, but it is built into that system so that on a foundational level, it exists as this gets up and running and scales and is increasingly infused into daily life. And I think you can look back on the start of just the way the internet came into being, and it's optimized for commerce and communication and for ease of function, but security wasn't built into that ground level. We've been sort of reverse engineering ever since that point. And so we are seeking to avoid that on the AI side. And then to your point, there's a much larger picture that sort of dovetails with the adversary behavior side of this on the tech stack choice and the digital freedom side of things and freedom of speech and surveillance and monitoring. And we are engaged with our partners across the interagency. We're engaged on private sector collaboration in pushing that clean AI and American tech stack. And it's not just the AI tech stack, it's the full stack. We were having a conversation backstage, and it's abundantly true. You can secure your AI, your cloud network, but you connect to a network. These networks are connected. That stack needs to be secure. And right now, we're facing in a lot of different places. You hear the same refrain, and it's starting to take this, starting to be cast as a digital sovereignty is sort of the thing that people are chitter-chattering about at the moment. And when I hear that, what I hear primarily is we want to buy the cheaper stuff. It's cheaper on the front end. And that may be, that is true. The USG doesn't subsidize private companies. It doesn't give things away from the private sector for free. But there is a bigger price on the back end. And when that bill comes due, it's a problem. And so we are seeking to avoid, doing everything we can to avoid that. And so that's a diplomatic effort. That's a whole of government approach.
Well, it's interesting you use that example because, what have we spent the last few years doing on the telecom network? Ripping out equipment and replacing it because we didn't think about security. And it really is the security issue that made that happen. So in that sense, the way you're talking about the AI stack and the tech stack more broadly, making sure that cybersecurity is included in the stack as opposed to an afterthought, seems like not only a great market opportunity for great cybersecurity companies like we'll hear from today, but also an effort to prevent what happened the last time around where we didn't think about it, we didn't incorporate it, and then we have to reverse the mistake and spend a lot of money on doing the damage.
And that's right. And the big picture, and this is, I think, important, is we are trying to turn a very large, decades-old ship in a new direction. This space has never had its own, like I say, never been regarded by the USG as its own strategic domain. It's always been adjacent to other things. And so we are seeking to do that for the USG side of things. And also what we're trying to do is work with the private sector to elevate this in boardrooms, to get this to the CEO level. So this isn't, the operators the technical people, the CISOs and the CIOs who operate in this space understand and appreciate this importance. What we want to do is make sure that the people who have decision-making authority over resources and can task them also share that concern. And so these issues, I think, need to be elevated. They need to be addressed by industry CEOs across the board. And some sectors are excellent at that. and others less so. But we are seeking to, like I say, make that push across the board.
Yeah, unfortunately, it sometimes takes incidents to get people to pay
Yeah.
attention to it. We've certainly seen that in the cyber arena, where after it's too late, it becomes a priority. And one of the reasons this has been such a challenge is we have a deficit of cyber workforce talent in this country. I've seen statistics that have come out of your office and others, that there are literally hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity jobs that are unfilled in the U.S. Can you talk to us about how this workforce challenge, and the president himself has talked about the need for a trained technical cyber workforce to be part of the accomplishment of his agenda. How does the workforce training, again, from your small but mighty office, how do you make this a focus of the U.S. government? And what do you need from the private sector here to help get that workforce out there?
Yeah, we're very excited about what we have cooking on the workforce front, and there's more to come on that soon. But essentially, what we are trying to do is take a disparate series of programs and funding that exist in the federal government right now, consolidate that, align it with academia and private capital and venture capital, seed incubators into this system, and start to develop an ecosystem where incentives are aligned. So the industry pipeline wants to put people through the U.S. Cyber Academy, for lack of a better description at the moment, where we get the same sort of startup ecosystem, and the Israelis do this extremely well. I struggle to understand. I mean, if I see something that's working, it's great to copy that thing. I don't understand. This is the United States. Why we can't take that model, scale it, and resource it, and really have an impact. So we're very excited about it. We have ongoing conversations, and there are policy products that we're working on that are going to start to manifest soon.
Well, that's fantastic. We look forward to supporting that as well.
And Jason, just sorry to cut you, just to get to the point, because you did ask on the industry side, what can folks do? And the answer to that is this: show up and engage. Reach out to us. We will certainly be reaching out. How we have gone about the strategic piece of this, just from the outset, we have had a heavy industry engagement side of this and looked for feedback and thoughts. It's been extremely helpful, and hopefully it has been successful in sending the message that we want to, which is we are here to do everything we can to partner with industry.
Well, and we're here to support everything that you're doing. It's been a 5-month sprint, and I know there's a lot more still to come. We're excited to see the strategy come out and how we can support it. And we're grateful that you shared time today with us to give us our call to action on how we can help accomplish the mission.
Not at all. Thank you. And it's, like I say, it's an honor to serve the president and make progress here, hopefully for the American people.
We're glad to have you there. Please join me in thanking National Cyber Director Sean Cairncross.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. We'll go that way.
Joining us now, co-CEO of Tenable, Steve Vince, in conversation with Jason Oxman.
Well, Steve, welcome to the Intersect stage, and thanks for being to kick off the industry portion of our program. Great to have you here.
Thank you, Jason. It's great to be here.
Well, you heard from Sean Cairncross just a few minutes ago, a call to action for industry to support the work he's doing. So I'm really thrilled to have you here, have the Tenable team here to help us cross that bridge, if you will, between the government and the private sector. And I wanted to start off by asking you about the race to deploy AI being paired, as he mentioned, with the race to secure it and to regulate it. So one of the mantras that you use that I really like is this idea of the responsibility gap and how things that we should be doing fall into that gap, particularly in the enterprise. When you talk about that, what exactly in this cyber realm is falling through the cracks right now?
Sure. Well, I'm glad you mentioned the innovation aspect of it, because it's hard to talk about AI security without first talking about innovation and how that has, over time, reshaped the cybersecurity landscape. And if you look back over the last 20 years, a very clear pattern emerges whenever there's a major technology shift. For example, the PC era gave way to endpoint security and host-based firewalls. We saw the rise of the internet give way to network security and ID, intrusion detection systems, and vulnerability management. We now have the shift to cloud give way to cloud workload protection and CSPM. And now with the emergence of AI, that's giving way to new categories of security, such as AI exposure management on the proactive side. 90% of all organizations have adopted AI in some way, shape, or form across vertical departments, whether it's sales or marketing or ops or finance or whatever it may be. And yet, of those 90%, a third of those companies have reported some sort of AI incident or security breach. So that is really the adoption aspect of it. But perhaps what concerns me even more is really how AI is deployed within the enterprise, because it's quite fragmented and there's no unified accountability. Whenever you deploy AI, you have the data science team owns the model, IT owns the infrastructure, you have product owns the integration to different applications, security owns the protection, legal owns the compliance, and so on and so on. And so what we have is collectively a lot of people that are involved in deploying the technology, no clear accountability and ownership, and ultimately the CEO and boards are responsible. So that's what I mean by the responsibility gap. There needs to be clear governance and standards that are deployed.
Sounds like quite a shift. Is this a permanent shift? Is this the new normal for us?
Well, AI is not a technology shift. It is a cultural shift. It is a generational shift. And if you look at the rate in which AI has been adopted to date, it's been absolutely prolific. 30% of all code today is AI generated or AI assisted, whether it's vibe coding or Claude Code. We're seeing the adoption and the pervasiveness of agents that are spun up that have access to databases and files and calendars and emails that are all acting autonomously without human input. And we're also seeing 1.5 billion users of these scaled LLMs, such as ChatGPT and Gemini. So adoption has been prolific, and despite that, only 20% of the world's population is using some of the LLMs. And we're also seeing threat actors weaponize AI for incredible speed, scale, and efficiency. And we're seeing more attacks, more AI threats, and so everything's moving at machine speed.
Okay, you've got me nervous about all this, of course, and I guess that's kind of your job, to make people nervous about what this all means. But the part of your overview that made me the most nervous is what could lead to a lot of finger pointing. Who's responsible for this? Well, legal's responsible for it. No, the technical team's responsible for it. Who's responsible in the stack? The company that makes the model, deploys the model, the company that makes the equipment, the cloud provider. There's a lot of people pointing at other people for responsibility. So ultimately, in the private sector, and then I want to ask you about the government side of this as well, who's responsible for managing this risk?
Well, I would say we have to focus on this. We have to realize that you can't control innovation, but you can manage risk. And at the private sector side, I think it's really important to understand the pervasiveness of a lot of this AI technology. How pervasive is it adopted? Because it represents one of the biggest blind spots in all of security. And you have agentic capabilities, AI applications that you download, ones you build, browser plugins. And then you need to be able not only to discover that and understand and have an inventory of it, but to be able to assess it, monitor it, and making sure there's also transparency and clear governance guidelines. So you can't secure what you can't see, and it really starts with visibility and understanding where it's deployed.
All right, so let's talk about the role of the government in this, because we are at a policy conference, and the tech industry doesn't typically like to be regulated, but sometimes there's a role for regulation. So what's the role of the government, from your view, running a business in the cybersecurity space? What's the role of government here?
I say it's really threefold, and Director Karen Cross just mentioned a lot of these things. I would say number one, let's make sure that cybersecurity is continued to be funded on an ongoing basis. Cybersecurity is a national security imperative, so we need to make sure that we're investing and resourcing those efforts at the national level. I would also say that we also need Senate-confirmed leadership in CISA and elsewhere. Second thing I would say is that I believe regulators should focus on, sure, how technology is built, software development, life cycles, but not so much the technology itself. Let's focus on outcomes. I think that's really important. Outcomes such as bias. Is there training bias? Is there algorithmic bias? Misuse, security risk, such as prompt injections and jailbreaks. So I think if we focused on outcomes, we'll be in a much better place as the focus on trying to regulate the technology itself. And the good news is that there's already standards that are out there today, such as the NIST cybersecurity framework, that we can apply. It's globally recognized as the gold standard for managing cyber risk, and there's current efforts underway to take the NIST cybersecurity framework and update that for AI to build the bridge between general security and AI security, which Tenable is championing. And we're also pleased to see the OECD lead efforts to create a broader strategy around cybersecurity as well.
So I'm hearing you say that the rules of the road largely are in place. There's just some coloring around the edges that still needs to be done.
I think so, and of course state and local has a role in all this. We need to fund that on an ongoing basis, cybersecurity, incident information sharing legislation, so all of this plays a role. But I think the federal government does as well. They are a prolific user and consumer of cyber technology and also starting to adopt AI at a very rapid rate, and so they can use that buying power, if you will, to drive standards, that drive frameworks and adoptions of these frameworks that are based on outcomes, so outcome-based approaches. And we need a simple national standard, such as the NIST cybersecurity framework, that's minimally invasive, not overly burdensome, so we can avoid the patchwork of legislation and requirements at the state and local level.
And we got to talk about the international landscape as well. How are you finding, Tenable's a global company, you're offering services around the world. How are you finding this message of cyber readiness received elsewhere around the world?
Well, we also have to recognize that, as I mentioned earlier, that threat actors are weaponizing AI to achieve incredible speed, scale, and sophistication. So we're seeing a lot of our geopolitical adversaries adopt AI, and so as a result, we need a global framework. I would say start with ISO 27001. It's probably as good as any, and there's other standards that are underway that we can update. We also need to be working with our strategically minded partners, like-minded partners, if you will, NATO and Five Eyes, and discuss these in forums like the EU, as well as the OECD.
You like to talk about readiness questions, and I wonder if you could close with leaving us with one readiness question, that if you could just pick one of all the questions that you've raised today, one to put in the pocket of a senior executive or a policymaker who's leaving today, what's the one readiness question that you'd pose?
I think the question is, and it's a basic one, but it certainly has broad strategic implications, which is how secure am I? And my call to action would be this. We need to shift our thinking about security, because over the last 20 years, 90% of all spend has been spent on detect and respond technologies, trying to detect threats and incidents and then responding to them. We need to shift our thinking, shift our resourcing, shift our investment to proactive security. How secure am I? And that starts with having an understanding of all of your assets, whether it's in the cloud, on your network, on the factory floor, and then understanding the actions you can take to proactively reduce risk instead of react to it.
I love that. That's a great note to leave. It's always good to leave with a call of action, and it's always good to remind everybody that this cybersecurity question is a core part of the technology discussions. AI is great, it's shiny, it's the future, but securing it is equally important as well. So really appreciate you leaving us with that important question. And appreciate your being here today. I think it's important for us to hear from policymakers, but equally important to hear from leaders in the industry who are actually out there deploying the products and services that these policies are designed to advance. So thank you for sharing your wisdom with us today. I really appreciate it.
Happy to be here, happy to be part of the conversation.
Please join me in thanking co-CEO of Tenable, Steve Vintz. Thank you.
Please welcome President and CEO of Ericsson Americas, Yossi Cohen, in conversation with Punchbowl's Ben Brody.
Yossi Cohen, Ericsson America's CEO. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
I have a whole list of questions, and I'm going to throw them all out right now. Sean Cairncross was on stage a few minutes ago. He's the National Cyber Director, and he talked a lot about what it means to think about cybersecurity at all levels of the AI infrastructure stack and going forward as a policy matter. What did you hear that excited you, worried you, inspired you, any of that?
No, I think it's spot on. Mobile networks, telecommunication infrastructure is becoming more and more a critical infrastructure. And even though we already know from telephony that it was a critical infrastructure that actually used the nation economy, but also was a risk for national security, as the networks become more and more advanced, and today you see mobile broadband, et cetera, I mean, their impact on the economies and their potential on risk for national security is just continuing increasing. And now we have, I think it was mentioned in the previous meeting as well, I mean, the AI is a major inflection point. This is not just the technology that's being introduced. This is something that's going to affect everybody's life. It's going to affect economies. It's going to affect sovereignties. And there is a race right now when it comes to the AI digital stack that is going to be basically implemented in countries across the world. Once you put your digital stack in your country, it's not something you can replace if you like quickly. So you have to choose and trade carefully. The AI impact on economies and the AI impact on national security and culture is huge. It's going to be huge. And we already see it right now. But again, you probably have a fatigue of hearing it, but it's actually just the beginning. And where the mobile networks comes from that perspective. So today we have, I mean, everybody in this room has already used AI, ChatGPT, et cetera. But something big is coming on top of that. Jensen called it physical AI. And that's obviously is going to be a force multiplier of the use cases and what we see that coming in from AI for the future to come. This is really going to be where things are going to be shifting big time and have impact on our lives and impact on economy and productivity, of course also on national security. And the thing with physical AI is that it sometimes needs to move. It's not, you can have physical AI in one place, but a lot of it is going to be stuff that is basically kinetic. It actually moves from one place to another. That means that in order to really enable physical AI to the full extent, you need to make sure you actually have wireless connectivity into all these things to make them happen. So I think that connects to what Sean said, that when you're thinking about your secure, trusted digital stack, you need to make sure you are across the board do that. Because if you only do that on the semiconductor and the cloud, but you actually miss the communication part, whether it is wireless or wireline. You actually miss out the trusted part, and you actually may lose it. Now you have to think about it. When all this new innovation is going to be introduced with physical AI and other forms of AI, and it basically makes the country way more vulnerable, because the effect of AI on the economies, on the society is going to be so big. So if somebody actually infiltrates it, or somebody decides to shut it down, the impact on the country is much bigger than what we've seen now. The dependency is going to be much bigger than what's now. And therefore, the part of the mobile networks there are becoming more meaningful. Hence, I connect very much to what Sean said.
Yeah, so you're talking about a race, you're talking about an inflection point, and you're talking about grave cybersecurity risk to this stack. How long do you tell policymakers that they have to get it right, to make sure that at the infrastructure layer, everything is as secure as it can be and as future-proofed as it can be?
The truth is that they don't have time. There's no time.
That's a scary thought.
Yeah, the race has already been going on for quite some time. We can already see it in 4G and 5G. It's just that the AI makes it just bigger. The race that is happening globally when it comes to critical infrastructure, whether it is telecommunication, but not only telecommunication, is already begun years ago. And you can see how foreign adversaries are taking strategic moves in taking over critical infrastructures. We in our industry have been competing against it for quite some time, and many times you could see that the behavior of the adversaries are not rational. You could see that there is a strategy behind it. There is a different agenda behind it.
A geopolitical strategy, not an economic strategy.
Exactly.
Right.
So, I mean, we are a public company. We only go for business when it makes sense for us. We have shareholders that we need to justify. We are not a state-run company. And that's kind of, many times, we face this type of behavior. And we clearly see that it comes from that specific agenda that talks about taking over the critical infrastructure. And now, basically, when the AI stack comes, you can see that the offering is complete that comes in. We, together with the US and the Western ecosystem, actually need to start behaving the same way. We need to collaborate together for us to be able to compete against it, because I don't have a full offering. The US doesn't have a full offering. We actually need to work together to make it happen.
So you're concerned that governments and the international community is not moving fast enough, it sounds like.
Well, it's more difficult.
Words in your mouth. But.
Well, I mean, it's not. It's more difficult because we are not corporate, single corporate. We don't run by one big administration that tells us exactly how to operate. But we actually, in order for us to be able to compete against that, we actually need to really collaborate and work together. And if you look together, I mean, if it's not too late, you ask me if it's not too late. I mean, look at the deployment of infrastructure today. I mean, many countries already have chosen which critical infrastructure they have, and they're very soon to decide specifically on the AI digital stack that they're going to have. And that may be the last opportunity for us to be able to really influence and get in together in order for us to not really lose these countries forever.
A lot of this is in the context of 6G, the next revolution in wireless. When I talk to folks on the regulatory side, my job, they're saying, we're looking at a 2030 rollout. Do we not have 4 years to get this right?
Yeah, the thing is that, I've been a veteran in telecommunication. 6G is not like a magic thing that comes in and replaces everything that was before.
We're just going to turn it off one day, turn it on one day.
And you don't have to listen to me. You can easily just go in and look at the history. 4G, 3G, 5G, all these things are built on each other. One of the beautiful things about this type of, I would say, industry is that it has a lot of players. There is standardization, and there is a full ecosystem that drives everything from behind to create scale. So today, everybody here have a phone, different types of brands, different types of chipset. All these things require scale in order for this business to actually be successful. And these things move. It takes time until they move. So when 6G will be introduced, and we are, of course, going to be doing a show-off in the LA Olympics in 2028. And I think, like you said, I think it will reach maturity in 2030 in terms of like really starting, and I'm meaning starting to be deployed in scale in 2030. But even when you start deploying in scale, it takes a couple of years to deploy it. You need to have penetration of devices. People need to start changing their devices. But like I said, because of 6G is quite unique, you also expect to have way more things, and that's why I use devices, than phones. So today, phones is by vast majority of what people use for these telecommunication systems. But our expectations that with AI and 6G, and actually also 5G, you will see way more devices coming in and using this type of technology.
Give us some insight into kind of the difference between a consumer AI stack and a critical infrastructure or a government AI stack. How do you think about deploying in a trusted way between those two kinds of missions?
My personal view is, by the way, that because of the effect of AI on both I would say the public, the consumer, and also the government, I think there both needs to be extremely secure. I don't see that, okay, we don't care, the public can be open, because it might have. I mean, this access to AI, if somebody actually have access to it and wants to, adversaries wants to change the results or what it tells, I mean, it could have huge impact, whether it is on the public in terms of culture, in terms of what they're going to do. We've seen it with effects of TikTok and stuff like that. But also, I mean, needless to say, when it comes to a governmental digital stack. So for me, it's both cases is extremely important that there will be focus on cybersecurity and trusted infrastructure.
You're thinking about kind of treating it all like critical infrastructure, essentially.
It is.
Yeah.
It is critical. Because also when you want to call people when something's happened, you need to use this infrastructure for the same reasons. And also you don't want to deploy multiple infrastructure. I mean, this is a heavy deployed infrastructure. I mean, the operators around the world have deployed millions of base stations across the nation to provide coverage. There is multi-use for it. Then the government is not going to deploy another network on top of it. They're going to use the same infrastructure.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I'm a policy reporter. I spend most of my time up on Capitol Hill, spend some time at the White House. When you are here in DC, which is occasionally your Dallas base, lucky you, with all this snow, what are you focused on communicating to policymakers? What do you want them to know? What are you worried about that might be coming up?
So I think it's along the same lines. I think it's extremely important for us that the policymaker understands that it's not enough just to focus on the cloud, on the semiconductor, but actually you need to have an end-to-end view when it comes to pushing this infrastructure across the nations, because you might end up with only with parts of the stack, and if you only have parts of the stacks, you're actually extremely vulnerable. So for us, it's very important to make this point. We at Ericsson work extremely close with our partners here in the US. This is our biggest market. We are working, and by far the biggest provider to the AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. So we are looking forward and working very closely with the US government in order to make this happen.
Of course, when you talk about AI policymaking, one of the things we really have concretely right now is the White House AI Action Plan, which does talk a little bit about infrastructure, although especially in exporting the tech stack. What did you make of the AI Action Plan, and what would you recommend as it goes into effect be kept in mind?
No, I think they get it. I think they do understand that this is a really crucial time where governments around the world are trying to understand, okay, this is what's happening. We need to make sure that our economy is successful. So we need to implement these capabilities. I mean, this is a race. And the countries that will implement it faster and the economies that will actually use it in the right way and implement it successfully will be able to leapfrog other economies and other countries that will not be able to do it in the right way. So this is top of mind for policymakers around the world. And I think the US government gets it, and they want to make sure that they are there engaging with them. But they also, but you should know that they are not only the one that gets it. I think there are other adversary countries that understand that this is happening, and they are definitely there leveraging their power in order to make it happen. And we are happy to join the United States when it comes to making it happen.
I think you and I are standing between folks and their lunch, but I do want to ask one more question, which is a question I always ask at the end of my chats, which is, if we were having this conversation in another year, looking forward, what do you think will be some of the issues that we would be discussing in the future, things coming down the pike?
I think if we put aside for the trusted and cyber, people talk about AI, the limiting factors is energy and semiconductor. Like I mentioned, because AI eventually is going to be a lot of AI, physical AI, then you need to make sure that you have spectrum that will feed this infrastructure, because if you don't have the right spectrum, enough spectrum, the mobile or the wireless system will become a bottleneck for you to actually activate. And we do foresee that the amount of devices that are going to be connected and be using AI is exponentially higher than what we see now. You will also have to have advanced networks that are capable of prioritizing the type of traffic that goes in. So today, for those of you who don't know, the largest amount of traffic from the networks is either from fixed wireless access or from TikTok and Instagram. That's by far the vast amount of traffic that is run on mobile networks today. That's going to change. And you need to find place to all these devices that we talked about to be able to start using the network. And the network needs to know, okay, is this somebody who's just using YouTube, or this is a robot that actually needs to have critical connectivity because it does something very, very important. And it's very important to have this advanced network that are capable of giving you the differentiation and allocate the resources and guarantee, for example, quality of service for this type of services.
It's something I feel like my branch of the government will probably have to deal with sooner or later. But as I said, I think folks are heading off to lunch. So Yossi Cohen, Ericsson America's CEO, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mom, for applauding. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And a reminder that because you had a salad, you get to drink the rest of your calories later this afternoon. We're delighted to have you back. We have a truly packed afternoon. You're not going to want to go anywhere. A terrific lineup of speakers, as I mentioned before we broke for the lunch. And I'm very excited to welcome a number of both government and industry speakers, because as I mentioned to you, our goal here is to bring you two perspectives, both the policymaker perspective and the industry perspective. That's what we do at ITI on a daily basis, and that's what we do here at the Intersect. So our lineup this afternoon is going to feature both government leaders and industry executives who will help you explore the role of infrastructure and influence as America charts its course forward in the global tech race. Now, a reminder that much like a tree falling in the forest with no one around to hear it, if you don't share your perspective online, nobody's going to know that you have things to share. So on both LinkedIn and on X, you can share your perspective, your photographs, your thoughts, etc. ITI_tech tweets is our handle, if you will, on X. Although it occurs to me having tweets in the handle on X means we've stopped referring to Twitter, but we still have, I'll deal with that later. But also please consider adding the hashtag #TheIntersect2026 to your postings on both LinkedIn and X. And now we're going to, for the next two discussions, we're going to have, as I mentioned, that industry perspective followed by the government perspective. Our infrastructure segment is what we call the next section of discussions. And we're going to lead off with an industry discussion on these important issues. featuring a ITI executive in conversation with two leaders from our member companies. And then following that, we'll have a Commerce Department executive joining us for perspective. So to kick off our infrastructure segment, it's my pleasure to welcome to the Intersect stage Nicole Isaac, who is Vice President of Global Public Policy at Cisco Systems, Hugh Gamble, who is Vice President of Federal Government Affairs at Salesforce, in discussion moderated by Sean Murphy, Executive Vice President of Public Policy at ITI. Please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm delighted to be here with two of our member companies talking about, or opening the introduction or the conversation about infrastructure. I'd like to just start off with talking a little bit more about adoption of AI. It's been a theme that we've heard about a lot today throughout the conversation. Adoption obviously is highly dependent on the infrastructure that underpins it. And we have seen how data centers, energy grids, networks, cyber resources, all manner of different resources are being strained by the demand. Curious to get your thoughts on what the federal government should be thinking about in terms of its own efforts to modernize and protect this infrastructure in order to help accelerate AI adoption, which is obviously a critical public policy goal.
Sure. Thank you, Sean. Really appreciate that question, and it's great to be here this afternoon. I will say when the federal government is spending $100 billion on IT, we recommend that they lead by example. So that includes identifying all of the ways in which we can modernize our technology, we can update our infrastructure. We know at Cisco that tech debt is a very serious and critical challenge, particularly in the age of AI, and exacerbated when we think about where the future is going with respect to agentic AI as well as quantum. So what does that mean? And I really don't have to tell this group, given everything that we're seeing with Moltbook. There's a lot happening out there. And when we think about the various infractions and vulnerabilities within the ecosystem, we know that it is even more important each and every day that we update that technology such that it can be well equipped to manage those respective vulnerabilities and those threat actors and ensure that we are best prepared for the future. Because without that, we will continue to be vulnerable. So I'm really excited about the efforts that we're leading in conjunction with the federal government on behalf of this.
Hugh.
I think all of that is correct. You can plus one all of that. I would also add that there's a lot of what I think in the crypto space they would call FUD around AI right now. It's around, you mentioned data centers, but there is a paralysis that we're seeing amongst the crowd that we would like to adopt because there are so many different permutations of AI out there. What is the right solution? And I think it is incumbent upon industry, where a lot of the expertise resides around these issues, to help with some level of informing the policymakers that are a part of this conversation. Some of it's as simple as just AI literacy. Some of it is helping people understand the nuance and depth beyond the Moltbook headlines, which are fascinating, by the way. If you haven't looked it up, just Google Moltbook and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. But the reality from our perspective is that we believe that industry needs to be present at the table to make people understand how AI can be leveraged for government and smart constituent services, but also how we can tell them that you can design things that are secure, that focus on privacy, that are robust when it comes to governance, permissions. Those are the types of things when Salesforce has been looking at agentic specifically. In a CRM environment, it's a very hospitable place to do that because you can create a digital agent that looks like another employee except they're digital, and you can set those permissions. What can they access? What can they change? What do they have the ability to help you with in your mundane tasks? And with that, you need auditability, you need trackability, and you need supervision. And so sitting down with people to make them understand that their fears aren't necessarily misguided, but there are in fact rebuttals to that, I think is something that industry really needs to lean into at this point. Everybody is seeing the innovation happening in this space, but I think it is smart for us to continue to pay attention to those customers and principals that want to feel more safe with this, and letting them know that this is, there's a quote out there, and I wish I knew who to attribute it to, that you're not going to lose your job to AI. You very well could lose a job to a person that knows how to use and leverage AI. It's a partnership. And that is, I think, the message that will get people to a place of being a little bit more comfortable, that they're not just turning over the fundamental tasks of government, but instead there's nothing to fear here. This is all about efficiency and good government.
Well, thank you for bringing the question of jobs, workforce into the debate. Obviously, that's a critical issue that we are hearing about all the time. Key to making infrastructure work is the talent behind it, obviously. And we often are seeing a lot of mixed messages about AI either as a threat to jobs or as a job enhancer, could create more efficiencies, et cetera. There's also a lot of talk about what is an AI-ready workforce. It's a term that I see a lot, no real clear definition that I'm aware of. But I'd love to get your thoughts on, what does that term mean? Is it jargon? What is the substance behind it? And what role can the federal and private workforce play in prioritizing an AI-driven innovation ecosystem that supports all the infrastructure and modernization that we need for AI to really see its full potential?
At least at Cisco, we don't think it's jargon at all. In fact, we partnered with 8 companies, including Google, Microsoft, Eightfold, Indeed, LinkedIn, to really identify what are the skills that are going to be most in demand in this AI era. And that AI Workforce Consortium has had 2 reports over the last 3 years, where most recently we partnered with G7 countries to really identify what are those skills and to share those skills such that those respective governments can best invest in those skills. And what does that mean? It means to really partner with universities and the various training institutions on the skills that are going to be most in demand, to work with the actual companies, institutions, and organizations that are hiring for those skills, and to fill in that talent gap so that you're training for the skills that are going to be most in demand. And essentially, we found that 73% of employers right now are saying that they don't have the requisite workforce that is trained appropriately for those skills, whether it's in large language models, generative AI, whether it's agentic AI, whether it's security and cybersecurity. And so for us, it's about leveraging all of that information, making sure we're arming our partners, our allies, our organizations, and governments appropriately with the requisite insights such that they can modify their ecosystem and fill in those skills gaps. I think we also want to leverage online learning communities. We at Cisco, for 40 years, we actually invested in the Cisco Networking Academy, and we've trained over 25 million people around the world in critical cybersecurity skills, and we've layered that on with AI skills. So we know that in the age of AI, it's even more important that you not rely on traditional educational institutions just for that training. You have to leverage online solutions, otherwise you'll continue to be behind. And for us, it's about working together with partners all across the ecosystem to do that.
I think I get fired if I don't say this. So if anybody would like a free online platform to learn these things, Salesforce has one that only requires your free email at Trailhead. Please feel free to look it up and learn at your own pace. I think the question I would ask to this crowd, and I can't see any of you, so it doesn't matter if anybody raises hands, but none of us, I think, learned how to do the jobs we're doing today through traditional education. What it did do is create a foundation, and AI literacy is the bare minimum of that foundation, but you build a comfort around how to understand the technology, how to use the technology, what the limits of the technology are, things that you should be concerned about, red flags, hallucinations. All of those things you need to learn about to feel comfortable entering a workforce as an AI, I would say supervisor employee is, I'm not coining that, but the reality is that most specific AI job applications are going to be learned very specifically to a task. But you've got to have that foundation. You have to have an ability for people to walk into a workforce, understand AI, then work to understand the specific problems that are at the organization that they're joining, and then learn to apply them. The same way we do with the education that we receive now, and then apply that to the challenges that we face in our new jobs. That's a similarity. The difference is, this is moving so fast that it's incredibly difficult to keep up to speed. I was at a dinner and heard a sitting U.S. senator who's been very involved in these conversations say that he has never run into an issue that was more inverse with the amount of time that you put into understanding this issue compared to how you feel like you understand it. And I completely agree with that. But there is so much expertise comparatively in private industry, even compared to education and government, that we have to help. And I do think it is going to be a public-private partnership. It's going to have to be the type of situation where creativity comes to pass, if it's something that looks like the new tech force, or if there are ways that I think tech is willing to come to the table because they understand that what we're developing from an innovation perspective needs that capable workforce. And also, I'll throw in there, it's better if those employees are able to interact on those jobs with non-bespoke systems. Commercial, off-the-shelf, already available processes and systems that are not going to break when they're updated, that are already best in market for private industry. Yes, you can put all these requirements in place for federal use, but the reality is that we shouldn't create such specialized tools throughout government in using AI that your knowledge in one system is not transferable technically to others.
Mm-hmm. Well, you raised, the old Washington adage that technology always outstrips government and policy making. So let me ask you both for a two-part question, if you will. Where is government modernization, or federal government modernization, actually working from your perspectives? And where do you see hindrances, whether it's legacy, process, procedure, workforce constraints, standards, security approvals, maybe even federal government procurement?
Well, you go ahead.
I would say what we're seeing is green shoots of real innovation in this space. You certainly have not started to see that cohesive adoption of these new technologies in places where it's working completely well, just broadly even from IT modernization, not specifically to AI. Salesforce has certain agencies and departments where we've been able to do more for them. And I think those examples are really helpful if people would look at them when you talk to the time it takes for implementation. And that's really the key at this point, is I don't think there's anybody in this room that's going to stand up and full-throated defend an existing procurement process. What we need is a procurement process that is analyzed to make sure that we're incentivizing the right kinds of projects. Quick to market, quick to validation, and we're not sinking hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars into programs only to find out years later that they're not working. There has to be something that's more iterative, that's checkable, because even the monetary cost is burdensome, but the time cost of not having that product get into place, I think, is just as frightening. I'll stop there. Go ahead.
Thanks, Hugh.
I think, we talked about it a bit at the beginning with respect to tech debt. This is a place where we're excited to continue to work with the government. We recently passed, through NDAA, additional amendments for purposes of identifying what is arcane infrastructure that may need to be updated for purposes of making sure that you can manage that infrastructure and protect it and mitigate risks. Security is going to be first and foremost for us from a Cisco perspective, and it's something that we're hyper invested in and very excited to partner with the government on. I think in terms of areas for additional growth, we know, for instance, the Business Roundtable partnered with McKinsey on issuing a report recently and found that $1.4 trillion is still held up in federal permitting. And to the extent that it's rectified, can unlock $2.5 trillion in economic opportunity. Those numbers are staggering when we consider the challenges with respect to federal permitting. And I know this administration has made significant strides in trying to deal with that and to address that.
So it sounds like you're saying that success of the federal government really is a function of public-private partnership. I mean, us on stage, many of you in the room, that's what we do every day. Curious to get your thoughts on where we can see government do better in terms of its collaboration with the private sector to ensure that AI is deployed and it strengthens our national capacity rather than strains it.
I think this requires not just public-private partnership, but public-private, private-private partnership. I think it's helpful for industry to demonstrate to the government that these are the types of constructions from a tech stack perspective that make sense, that are secure. These are the things that are best practices that you want in your systems. You need to have the, again, auditability trail. You need to, at least to a certain extent, while people are making sure that they're comfortable with outputs, humans in the loop potentially. But the reality from the macro perspective here is that it's going to take some smart people in government listening to some smart people in industry, and industry's got to show up not just with their one rifle shot, here's what's best for my company. You saw the president in July signed an EO on exporting the AI tech stack. That same type of providing some sense of solace to international buyers, I think is also maybe not completely analogous to what you need to do in the US, but you've got to be able to demonstrate to people that they can make these investments in IT upgrades without risk and without an undue risk. There's a learning curve, but it's not going to blow up in your face.
And I think to Hugh's point, it really is incumbent on the government to continue to lead by example and to partner with industry that is ready and willing to help at every juncture. We are here. We are happy to be at the table and to provide our expertise and experience in ways that I think will continue to unlock incredible capital and opportunity for those who have most been at the margins. And that is what I'm most excited about, to be candid. I'm most excited about the ways in which governments across the globe can continue to identify ways in which we can democratize access to AI technology, such that those applications that we are leveraging, they can be available for everyone at any place, at any time. And so I look forward to when the government will continue to invest and lead in that way. And I know that we stand ready to be right there with them.
Thank you. Let me try to get one more question in. When I made the transition from government to industry, now into trade association world, one of the ingredients that I didn't quite understand is the importance of scale. Obviously, for any business in any industry to succeed, it has to be able to scale. And I'm curious if you have any thoughts on when you interact with government policymakers, do they understand the business reality of scaling? And how do you sort of approach that in terms of your messaging, your advocacy, in a way that is compelling for a policymaker who may not be thinking in terms of necessarily the business bottom line?
I think it's a huge issue. The reality is, and it goes back to something I said a moment ago, which is if you buy commercial off the shelf, it's tailorable. You can, any CRM system that's out there, you can modify it. The key is to have it be something that is sustainable going forward, that has some standards around it. You have interoperability with other data sources. You've already got clean data. It knows how to do that. But it's the security upgrades. Your cybersecurity is always secure. It's the fact that once you have some of these commercial systems in place in a department or agency, and it already is sitting over and analyzing this data, it is very easy to then stand up replication. You can scale things if you're not building them bespoke. If you're not building everything specific, you are creating an ecosystem, which I think really does help with that. To your point, and I realize we're getting close to time, it's mixed in the administration. You find people that believe it, understand it and are already pushing to execute on it. And you still find people that believe that bringing in a service implementer and writing something from scratch is a better option. We just don't believe that that's the case.
I think for us, it's just a matter of identifying ways in which we can continue to be energy efficient, particularly in the age of AI and leveraging incredible energy loads for compute. We know that by 2030, the level of compute that was leveraged in 2024 will be doubled, right? We have to prepare for that. So you want to identify ways in which you can access energy efficient chips, access energy efficient solutions for purposes of guaranteeing scalability long-term and efficacy in a way that is fully transformative and where we can continue to lead.
Great. Well, thank you for a really interesting conversation, your recommendations, and the call to arms. Please join me in thanking our guests for their perspectives.
Please welcome Undersecretary of Commerce for International Trade, William Kimmett, in conversation with ITI's Jason Oxman.
I took the low road, you took the high road. That was good. They're all clapping for you.
Thought you left me hanging.
They're all clapping for you. Undersecretary Kimmett, thanks so much for taking time out of what I know is a busy schedule for you. Really appreciate it, and I know the audience arrayed here is really excited to hear about what's going on at ITA. So, first and foremost, I'd welcome the opportunity to hear a little bit at a high level about your priorities for helping the U.S. tech industry succeed globally, about what you're working on to encourage U.S. exports globally. ITA has a lot going on, and it'd be helpful to hear what you're prioritizing in the coming weeks and months.
Yeah, well, thank you, Jason, for the invitation. It's great to be here. Thank you to ITI. You guys are really wonderful partners as we sort of think through things at ITA, and you've hosted us at other fora and come in and met with us and helped us think about things that are important to American tech, and really appreciate the opportunity to be here. ITA, I really do believe I have one of the great jobs in Washington. We have people throughout the world. We have a network of a U.S. commercial service throughout the country, and then we have the foreign commercial service all over the world. And you said it, we're trying to drive exports and then also drive investment in the United States. And we have 3 bureaus. We have our global markets, we have industry and analysis, and we have enforcement and compliance. And we really do touch a lot of things. We do the CFIUS, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, comes through us, so we have a national security dimension. But really, it's helping drive exports and helping American companies be successful abroad, and then driving investment in the United States.
That's great. Well, speaking of driving investment in the United States, President Trump has been very clear, not surprising, he's a businessman. He is laser focused on driving business deals, both for companies coming into the United States internationally to invest here, and for U.S. companies as well. So let's drill down a little bit about the role that ITA plays in driving business for U.S. companies. What programs do you have coming up that you're particularly excited about, and what's kind of the role of ITA in driving business for American companies around the world?
Sure. So within ITA, we have something called Select USA, which is sort of the premier foreign direct investment driver into the United States. We have a huge summit coming up. I hope to get everyone in attendance interested in joining. It's in May. It's a really great event that we do here locally. And so our Select USA office works with our foreign commercial service, works with our U.S. commercial service, and helps drive investment in the United States. I think I have the number right. I think we were involved in driving $139 billion of investment in the United States last year.
Wow.
And then, of course, in my role, I have the honor of working alongside and for Secretary Lutnick and supporting him as we pursue these trade deals throughout the world. And of course, the investment piece is a very big part of those deals and really bringing in just massive investment in the United States. So we sort of have our traditional channel through Select USA, but also with the president's deals and these deals that Secretary Lutnick has worked on driving investment in the United States.
And the pace of it is remarkable the right word? Is it incredible? I mean, it's almost a daily announcement. We saw news from the president yesterday about India investment in the U.S., which is really important. I know you and I are both heading to the AI summit in Delhi in just about 10 days from now. So looking forward to being there with you and helping the American AI export story. And related to that is an initiative that you have underway that we've had a chance to talk about before and our team has been helping provide input to, and that's the AI export proceeding that you have underway. I think this is a great example. The American AI export program is a great example of the work that you do and your team does to help advance business interests of American companies. Can we talk about that for a minute? And I'd love to start with where you are in the process, because you had this notice that you put out asking for input on how that should work. And I know your team's been working hard on kind of the next phase there. Where are we in the process there? And let's talk about what you're looking for from industry to make it a success.
Sure. And when I thanked you and ITI at the beginning, I was thinking specifically about that program. I mean, your companies and ITI specifically have been fantastic in helping us think about that. We have a great team that's working on the AI exports program. This was something called for by President Trump in an executive order. We at Commerce are leading in those efforts, but we're doing it with Director Kratsios at OSTP and the State Department. And where we are in the process, I mean, we really wanted to make sure that we were getting things right and doing things that actually will help industry. So the first thing we did was we put out a request for information from the industry, and ITI was helpful in their members in sort of submitting comments, and we got hundreds of responses that were incredibly helpful. And we've been digesting those and thinking about how we can best promote U.S. tech abroad, how we can shape this program, how we can incentivize companies appropriately, but also understand the challenges that U.S. companies have faced abroad and what we can do as a government to support American tech and make it successful globally. And that's what the president's called on us to do. And so where we are is we're still digesting, we're crafting the program, but we hope to have some exciting announcements coming soon.
That's great. Well, we look forward to that. I think one of the most important things that you've talked publicly about and that you have directed your team to work on is making sure the definition of the AI stack is broad. By which I mean AI stack obviously includes AI, the algorithms, large language models, but it's also the hardware, the software, the clouds, the security, all of those elements in there. So I want to ask you, given how broad this is and how many U.S. companies are eager to contribute to this process and find success, what is your measure of success here? When you look back on this program months or years from now, what are you going to be hoping that you can reflect on? What are the measures for success? And how are you talking to the team at Commerce about how they should view the success of this program and how you'll measure it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I mean, it's really massive when you think of it conceptually, like the full American tech stack and what we can do to support it. And so that's why I'm so thankful to have such a great team that's really drilling into those details and working with you and your companies to really think about these things and get things right. I mean, the measure of success is, we care about outcomes. We would care about exports. And so, introducing American tech to parts of the world that otherwise wouldn't pursue it, or our companies would have challenges sort of succeeding in those markets. We want to basically look in competitive areas that are hungry for this. I mean, we're at a pivotal moment globally in terms of tech advancement, and we think we have the best solution to offer the world, and it's our job to make sure that the rest of the world understands that, and how can we as the U.S. government facilitate those. So success is really driving the exports of the American AI tech stack globally and bringing it to markets and seeing our great companies succeed in markets where without the president's leadership and without Secretary Lutnick, they may not have had that opportunity.
Yeah. That's great to see, and we're looking forward to supporting the continued work as we get ready to launch the program. And then I know you've got a team around the world, really literally embedded in embassies and U.S. government operations around the world that are looking forward to implementing this as well. So we'll continue to work together to make it a success. That's only a piece of your portfolio. ITA also has responsibility for making sure to address barriers that U.S. companies face around the world to doing business successfully. And you've talked a lot about the non-tariff barriers, in particular, barriers to entry, barriers to competing effectively around the world. And obviously the Commerce Department spends a lot of time, the Secretary travels the world talking to other countries. You've got the President himself talking to world leaders about not only investing in the U.S., but facilitating American access to foreign markets. Can you talk a little bit about your perspective of the tools that trade makes available to address these barriers, and maybe some of I know you've been heavily involved in a lot of the discussions that are underway around the world, ranging from Korea to Taiwan and beyond. So you have your partners at USTR that are negotiating, but you have a big role to play in that as well. So what are you seeing out there as far as the barriers to U.S. company success around the world that you're hearing about the most? And what are some of the tools that you're looking to deploy to help address some of those challenges, trade or otherwise?
Yeah, sure. So we have an office within ITA that is focused specifically on non-tariff barriers and the challenges that our companies face in overseas markets. And they work with USTR, our great partners at USTR, to put together, we literally have a 400-page foreign trade barriers report. It's put out by USTR with great support from ITA, where it goes country by country and identifies these non-tariff barriers. And it's been an honor to work alongside Secretary Lutnick and Ambassador Greer as we pursue these trade negotiations with foreign countries. And a lot of times countries will particularly, last year they would come and say, well, what do you want? Like, what do you want to see us do? And I've seen Ambassador Greer take out this non-tariff barrier book and just throw it on the table. He said, well, here's a start. And so take a look at this. And so it's sort of understood what the challenges our companies face and presented in that format. But it's really helpful to hear from American companies who are seeing these challenges abroad. Because, I mean, a lot of these issues only come up when our companies say, hey, we're trying to export here and we're facing these challenges that they don't face locally. So it's really working with companies to understand these challenges, because we want our companies to be successful abroad, and that engagement with companies and understanding and communication as to what the issues they're facing are, that's pivotal to the work we're doing.
Wow. So the kernel that I want to pull out of that is that the NTE, the comment filings that USTR does, where they gather information from industry to compile, that really matters. I mean, these filings are complicated. They're long and drawn. I think our ITI's filing this year, I think it was 85 pages long. But I think it's really important. I want to emphasize that. It matters, because USTR and Commerce are taking that information, is what I'm hearing you say, and using it in conversations with foreign governments to identify barriers to trade that industry has raised. So it actually is, it's incredibly important.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not like the process where we get comments and they just go into a portal and are never read. This is valuable information that we use in our discussions with foreign governments, and so absolutely appreciate any company that is willing to share with us what they're seeing on the ground and the issues we can do to help make things more efficient for U.S. companies.
That's great. I want to ask a practical, maybe some practice advice about how your team is disseminated around the world and how industry has an opportunity to engage with them. So if I'm a tech company trying to do business in Japan or in Germany or in the Philippines, I have an opportunity to talk to team members of yours, either in many cases directly in the country or in the US. Just as a practical matter, can you tell us how the team is deployed around the world, and how you would advise a company looking for help or looking for input or looking to raise a concern how they should go about doing that.
Yeah, so we have, like I said, we have the U.S. Commercial Service. They are spread out throughout the country. I think, I don't have the exact number, I think we have over 70 locations and people throughout the country. These people are sort of embedded in their communities, and they work with the local companies, and also, big companies who are facing issues on a local level, they work through them. And then we have our Foreign Commercial Service that is spread out throughout the world. These are Department of Commerce employees who work in ITA, and I think they're in 160 different locations, thereabouts, and they're in priority markets that we want to focus on. But absolutely, companies can, of course, reach out through us through Washington, and we can absolutely connect people. But what I've found is having these resources throughout the world, throughout the country, throughout the world, they develop these relationships where they have business relationships in country or in these communities in the U.S., and they work with their business folks. And again, on this, they could call up and say, I'm facing this issue, and they do it on a local level. They can report that through DC, or sometimes they connect. Our U.S. Commercial Service will connect directly with the Foreign Commercial Service officer in that country and help bring solutions. So really, we're a resource for companies, and absolutely, I encourage every company to think of the Department of Commerce and ITA as a resource with the issues you're facing.
That's great. That's very helpful. I want to talk about kind of the roadmap for administration priorities and your priorities, the Secretary's priorities for 2026. You've talked a lot in our prior engagements about the importance of the tools that commerce has available to address some of the challenges that the U.S. companies face around the world, while at the same time encouraging investment here in the U.S. There are obviously a number of trade tools available. USTR has investigations that it opens occasionally into various industries under various provisions. There are obviously trade negotiations. I mentioned the President just yesterday apparently had a great phone call with Prime Minister Modi in India, moving that forward, reducing tariffs on India while encouraging Indian investment in the U.S. A lot of tools available. And trade negotiations kind of traditionally have been where this has all happened, but President Trump moves a little faster than a lot of those trade deals traditionally move, so a lot of other tools being deployed. Can you give us a sense of what's coming up in the coming months that we should be paying attention to? And you can do it geographically or by issue, however you choose. But what should we be looking for coming out of Commerce and ITA more specifically as you continue to use all the tools that you have available, and there are a lot of them, to advance U.S. economic interests?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the big one, obviously, as you mentioned, we've had a lot of big announcements on these trade deals and now a lot of these have massive, massive investment commitments in them. And so we at ITA are working to turn those massive investment commitments into actual outcomes in the United States. And we're talking, over $1 trillion of committed investment.
How do you do that?
We basically have, thankfully, a very strong leader at the Department of Commerce, Secretary Lutnick, who is driving these massive projects, and we within ITA are supporting those efforts. And as we see these projects come online, sort of making sure it's not just tracking the investments of the companies, but really working with the companies and being a resource for them and bringing these projects to fruition as quickly as possible. So that's certainly something we're focused on. Is having the deals are fantastic, but really it's the outcomes that we care about, and that's really what we're working on in 2026 and beyond.
Interesting. You mentioned, or I mentioned, that we're going to India together. Not together.
I'll see you there.
I'll see you there. Yeah. Sorry. Roll tape, take two. I mentioned that we are each going to India for the AI Summit. Can you share a little bit about what you and the U.S. delegation, which I understand consists of your counterparts and colleagues from OSTP, from Commerce, from State, what are you hoping happens there? What do you hope is accomplished there? What do you think? It's interesting. This is the third one. We had London, which was, I think, very focused on the AI is going to kill you message. We had Paris, which I think turned in a more positive direction. And now we have India, which obviously wants to put itself on the stage for AI. What are you hoping comes out of it, and what are you hoping to do there?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to going. We will have a strong U.S. presence there. From Commerce, myself and my counterpart in BIS, Jeff Kessler, will be there. And really, I think, as you talk about sort of iterations of it, if we think of where AI is versus where it was in those prior versions of the event, like we have a greater understanding now. And really, from a commerce perspective, but like I said, we work on this AI export program with OSTP and with state, and really just helping to deliver the message that, the American tech stack, we want it as successful as possible. We want to send it overseas, and just, helping to showcase what we have to offer and just have those communications. We're in India, but of course there are many governments there, and just talking with folks there, and just showcasing what American tech has to offer and what the U.S. government under President Trump and Secretary Lutnick are doing to support it.
That's great. Yeah, I was being somewhat tongue-in-cheek about the prior iterations of the U.S. presence at these events, but I do think it's a very significant tone change, as you alluded to, that the U.S. is bringing to these summits, and it's migrated over time, and it's gotten a lot better. And we appreciate the focus on the excitement about AI and all it means for the U.S. And obviously the Trump administration, as you noted, is very focused on encouraging the success of AI around the world. So this is an important opportunity and a strong showing for the U.S. government and in India to do that. Let me ask you to leave us with a practice tip. You mentioned that industry is important, and I appreciate that, to providing input into everything that you're doing. As you're looking to accomplish all of this, what is the single most important thing that the industry can do to be helpful to you in the input we provide, the engagement we provide, looking ahead to 2026 and all that is to come? What are you looking for most from us?
Yeah, information is helpful, and I mean that in the way that, there are headlines, there are what perceptions of what should be happening, but if I hear from a company that says, like, I know this is what, we support what you're doing, I know you secured this issue, but like, let me tell you what we're actually seeing on the ground, that is invaluable information, and really having those specific examples as we engage with foreign counterparts, those are really powerful, where I can say, company X told me this is happening, because you have a lot of these issues, and they're non-tariff barriers, and we're not going to solve everything immediately. But if I can say, I'm hearing from this company that this is happening, that's something that a foreign counterpart could take back very quickly, and we could see very quickly if they're serious about cooperating or not. So having those specific examples coming in, saying, this is what we're seeing on the ground, we know what the policy is, but let me tell you what we're seeing on the business side, that is just crucial information for us to have.
Well, and speaking on behalf of the tech industry in particular, it's helpful and refreshing to have you on our side in helping advance all those important issues and helping us do what we do best. So thank you for all the work that you and your team at Commerce do, and thank you for joining us today.
Great, thank you, and thank you to ITI.
All right, thank you. Undersecretary William Kimmett.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
That's great.
Fantastic.
Please welcome Nick Anderson, Executive Assistant Director at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and Drew Bagley, Chief Privacy Officer at CrowdStrike, in conversation with ITI's VP of Public Policy, Courtney Lang.
Well, thank you both for joining us today at the Intersect. We're very happy to have you here to talk a little bit more about something we heard a bit about from Director Karen Cross this morning, but wanted to dive a little bit more deeply into it, given we have you here, EAD Anderson from CISA. So I wanted to just start off the conversation by maybe laying some groundwork for folks in the audience who are perhaps less familiar with the cyber threat landscape, but just wanted to open it up to you both to share a little bit about your perspective on where we're seeing the cyber threat landscape evolve, and maybe one of the biggest shifts that you've seen just over the last year, because it's a rapidly evolving space. We'll start with you, EAD Anderson, and then Drew, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, and thanks for having me. I think the biggest shift in my mind over the course of the last year has just been the conversation that we're able to have now about critical infrastructure, and not just from a cyber perspective, but we start to look at all the incidents that we've seen over the last couple of weeks and months of just things that were upgrades gone wrong or updates gone wrong, and the sort of disruptions that provided for us, at least really fantastic opportunities about how to be forthright in conversations, with our citizens whenever we see that things are going awry, but also gives us a great opportunity to talk about dependence on, these critical infrastructure services. That's an important conversation for us. When we start to shift our focus, from sort of a peanut butter spread at CISA to touching many, many different things, to what are those core and critical functions that absolutely must persist to support our way of life and support the special trust and confidence that the American people have placed in us as an agency, as this nation's cyber defense agency. That gets to be, the common few that we really have to focus on. This is really an opportunity where we've seen, we're blessed as a country with having nation-state adversaries, with having cyber criminal groups, with having all these others that are very vocal and very clear about their intent. And that gives us an opportunity to be clear-eyed about the risk perspective and be clear-eyed about the threats. So in my mind, that conversation that we're able to have now about critical infrastructure, of both wanting to highlight its strategic importance, while at the same time wanting it to be absolutely as invisible as possible to American citizens, where they don't have to wonder when they walk into a room, are the lights going to turn on, am I going to have clean drinking water today? That's really, I think, the biggest shift that I've seen over the course of the last year.
Drew, what about you? What are you seeing in terms of the evolving threat landscape and biggest shifts?
Sure. I think one of the primary things, and I know we'll be the first panel to mention it, would be AI related. And one of the things, because we pay close attention to the trend that's been going on for quite a while, right? Where you have this notion that things that used to require resources, time, and know-how no longer require those things. So you definitely see AI as an accelerant, right? Where adversaries are able to do things cheaper and quicker and at scale. And then you also have people that, again, traditionally would not have had those capabilities, being able to do destructive things. But the thing that I think is probably more pronounced that we've seen over the past year, and that we're going to continue to see a lot more of, is with regard to AI really being this insider threat. So AI's disappeared into the tech stack largely for many enterprises, right? 2 years ago, the notion was if you're not using AI, you're falling behind. So everybody rushed out, incorporated AI into the tech stack without securing the AI. And you have a lot of these AI systems deployed in a manner where they have access to things that you would not even trust an intern to have access to. And yet systems are having access to different data as well as different operational systems. And then on top of that, a year ago on the stage, actually, we were talking about agentic AI.
Yep.
Well, this is getting a lot more agentic. Agentic AI is here. And so if you look at just the example from the weekend with what we saw with Moltbot or Moltbook, publishing the Moltbot data, that's a great example of just where if you have a bunch of AI systems that are doing queries and answers and nobody's paying attention to what's in those queries and what's in those answers, you can have a lot of interesting stuff exposed.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think, as you noted, we're the first panel today to talk about AI.
That's right.
So let's pull on that thread a little bit. One of the things that I think we've seen highlighted, of course, this morning in Director Karen Cross's remarks was around kind of leveraging emerging technologies for bolstering cyber defense. I want to ask you a question about that in particular, because I think, there is the flip side where it is also helping adversaries to accelerate their attacks. And so, how is CISA thinking about that balance? How are you approaching that? And, what are some of the concrete things that you all are doing or thinking about in terms of leveraging this emerging technology, both for bolstering cyber defense, but then also managing the potential new attack surfaces that it introduces?
Yeah, sure. So we both have pilot opportunities that we're engaging in right now to look at how can defenders better utilize AI as a resource. But also, we do have to be, again, pretty clear-eyed about the fact that just the volumetric increase and sort of the lowering a barrier of entry to this space for adversaries as we see them engaging within cyberspace is tremendous. There's nowhere left to hide. If we have elements that we are publishing at CISA, where we see a CVE and we're working with an industry partner and we see active exploitation and we put that in the KEV, in our known exploited vulnerabilities database, there's nowhere left to hide. Like, you're not going to be able to have the up to 2 weeks opportunity for, I'm going to wait for my next update cycle, I'm going to wait for my next planned maintenance window, and I'm going to address a vulnerability at that time. The volume at which we're going to continue to see these attacks evolving and the ability to quickly enumerate and then manipulate the attack surface that we're all dealing with is just going to be tremendous. So we need to be able to provide the same sort of volumetric increase opportunities for defenders as well, both on those that are maintaining the infrastructure and those that are actively engaged in cyber defense. And we have a lot of elements that we're working on throughout through the National AI Action Plan, whether it's CISA's leadership within things like the AI ISAC, or the playbooks that we're updating to account for AI, or the work that we're doing in partnership with NIST and others when we're starting to look at standards.
Got it. Yeah, thank you. Wondering, are you able to share anything more about kind of where efforts stand on the AI ISAC? I know that's an area that folks have been particularly interested in, so I wasn't sure if there was any updates you can share on kind of where that effort stands.
Let's break some news here today.
No, absolutely not. No. I can tell you generically, it is an ongoing policy dialogue about the best approach in order to be able to do that. I think the administration is absolutely committed to making sure that we're supportive of this industry and making sure that we're helping to foster information sharing. I think we just want to make sure we take the opportunity to get that relationship right. What we don't want to have happen is have government establish one group engaged in information sharing, have industry establish a separate parallel group that's involved in information sharing. We just want to make sure we've got the right elements of how do we pull together people and how do we take advantage of the leadership position that we can have early on. As we continue to see tremendous investments in America's success and opportunities within the AI race in general, we want to make sure that security conversation, that security community of interest we can build is going to be built in the right way.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's helpful, and it's good to hear that you all are taking a thoughtful approach to how that will look and what exactly the right kind of constituency is to bring that to bear. So, Drew, I wanted to go back to you. You obviously introduced the topic of AI. I know that CrowdStrike is using AI to improve its cyber defenses. Wanted to know if you could talk a little bit more about that, and in particular, perhaps if you can share what you think the most important thing the private sector can be doing to leverage AI and integrate AI in a way that helps them to really improve cybersecurity.
Sure. I mean, I think, we have to really think about this notion that, what I was saying a moment ago, AI is here, so we have to figure out how can we deploy AI with confidence. What that means is really, just like anything else in the stack, you have to have visibility into the risk, and then you have to be able to mitigate that risk. So with AI, a lot of what we think about now are, what are the ways in which AI can be used maliciously? What are the ways in which it can unintentionally be leveraged by adversaries? And what are the ways in which just through AI we could leak data like we could with anything else? So that means we have to pay attention to what's going out the door in prompts. Obviously, there were lots of newsworthy cases a couple of years ago when people were using free versions of various LLM chatbots and whatnot. But that's very important with enterprises because the prompts themselves are naturally going to be used to then, in the agentic era, to then query other things, interact with other AI systems. So that's really important to have that visibility. But then also, what I was describing a moment ago, behind the scenes, what those systems have access to. In the same way we worry about credentials and protecting credentials, we have to also worry about, administrative privileges for users, human users. Well, we have to worry about that much more for non-human users. I mean, I think largely what we're seeing today is you have a lot of latent vulnerabilities that are just now being made apparent or now being weaponized. The vulnerabilities have been there, the misconfigurations have been there, and I would analogize this to the ways in which we've had to really improve the security of the cloud. There are lots of misconfigured cloud instances that would expose data to the web, and then a lot of that led to the industry getting better about being able to identify those misconfigurations and fix those. Same thing's going on right now with AI, so I think that's really important. And, because AI has been part of cybersecurity for a very long time for anomaly detection, but now really, AI is centered to interacting with that data, automating that data, and then also securing the AI itself.
Got it. And I guess to follow up on that, I mean, what is one way that you see private sector and government working together most effectively to address those evolving threats?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we look at what Director Karen Cross has at least previewed with the cyber strategy, we obviously see, this one pillar that's going to focus on trying to change adversary behavior and really raise the cost of doing business. Adversaries are operating at machine speed. Industry secures itself with technologies that operate at machine speed. Government can adopt those technologies and continue embracing that, but also government and industry can work together to ensure that where there are opportunities for collaboration, where government's taking the lead, where CISA is doing maybe nominations, there are efforts to actually make it much more difficult for adversaries to reuse the same infrastructure over and over again, stop adversaries from being able to scale. So I think that's important. And then I think also this notion that as we deploy AI in government, as we seek to export AI, that we're thinking about it as exporting secure AI, deploying secure AI, and really just deploying that AI with confidence.
Got it. And Ida Anderson, from your perspective, would be interested. I know you mentioned some of the initiatives that you have ongoing and how it's very critical that you all are engaging with the community to understand and figure out what the right approach is. I mean, from your perspective, what is the most effective way for industry to partner with you all as you were thinking through some of these challenges?
Well, I think we've got a lot of groups out there today that are dedicated to sort of the collaborative efforts that we have, whether that's efforts through our JCDC program, through our Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative program. Then we have many sort of focus groups within there, like our Chainbreaker initiative focused on preparedness and response planning, for the possibility of Nation-State Act and the lead up to 2027. So we've got lots of existing groups that are out there, but for me, I just sort of go back to core principles of, again, why is it that CISA exists, and what is it that we are uniquely supposed to do? And if I do that, then I'm going back and looking at the NDAA in 2021 and looking at the Joint Cyber Planning Office Authority, that the Congress, put on CISA. A lot of that core capability that was supposed to be there was supposed to enumerate opportunities for joint campaign planning amongst CISA, our interagency colleagues, like the FBI, Cyber Command, NSA, the Sector Risk Management Agencies, et cetera. But the real secret sauce unlocked there was supposed to be the joint campaign planning with the private sector along with that group, to be able to have one collaborative effort focused on here's the best what we can bring to bear for any particular problem on the cyber side within the USG, but then also how do we fold private sector into that for campaign planning? Because again, without being the infrastructure owner-operators ourselves, it's going to, everything that we do every single day involves that private sector interaction. And for CISA, more so than most. So when I go back to what should we be doing on the collaborative side, that joint campaign planning part is really the next evolution of how I think we have to jointly mature across USG with our private sector interactions, whether that's going to involve AI and the AI challenges that it presents, as well as the opportunities, or just generic cybersecurity work.
Understood. I wanted to revisit, you mentioned at the outset, of course, CISA's critical mission, which is securing critical infrastructure. That's also a key pillar in the forthcoming cyber strategy as we understand it. And so I wanted to see if you could talk a little bit more about how you envision, perhaps with a bit more specificity, kind of CISA's role in actually implementing some of the strategic objectives that this administration is outlining as being important and critical moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't want to get ahead of Director Karen Cross with his strategy at all. I'm sure there's an NCD person hiding in the lobby waiting just to make sure that I didn't do it.
You said too much.
But I mean, we've had such a tremendously collaborative relationship with him and his office as they've worked to develop the strategy that'll be forthcoming. And to your point, a lot of the critical infrastructure work, that's the reason why CISA exists. That's what we're supposed to be doing. So we're looking forward to engaging that opportunity with them. For me, it's looking at what are the opportunities we have to look at core essential functions for our country, for public health and safety, for national security, defense critical infrastructure, continuity of our economy, and then being able to overlay that with, now where do we have unique U.S. government information on the classified side, our intelligence holdings, but to look back over the last X amount of years and say, now here's where we can actually see adversary prepositioning, here's where we can see adversary targeting of these entities or these entity types. How does that sort of illuminate for us where we should be focusing our attention? Because we can't be everywhere all the time. The Congress could come up tomorrow and say, CISA, you're not going to be a 100,000 person agency. I'm still not going to have enough people. Like this is a challenge that's only going to scale through the collaborative relationship that we can develop alongside the private sector. So for us, being able to take that sort of a targeted approach to here are our priority areas and then getting down to an asset level conversation with them, it's really unfair for us to be able to say, here we're designating new entity X as terribly important for national security. Terribly important where?
Right,
like tell me where. I'm maybe a massive multinational corporation. Tell me specifically which assets and resilient to what. And I think that's something that we owe to the private sector in helping to guide that conversation.
And Drew, how does that align with kind of what you're hoping to see as the cyber strategy is implemented moving forward? And if you have particular thoughts about how, again, we can work together, private sector and government, to advance these shared cybersecurity objectives, particularly as they relate to securing critical infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, I think to the point Nick just made about adversary prepositioning, that's something that is paramount from a national security standpoint for us to really grapple with and be very proactive with hunting for that threat rather than waiting for it to be discovered. And that's something where the supply chain itself is sometimes including very small entities that are significant, sometimes very, very large entities where it's more obvious that they're significant and whatnot. But I think it's very important for even smaller entities through managed service providers, through public-private partnerships, to be able to leverage the same tools that sophisticated private sector organizations do to deploy those and protect their endpoints and their cloud environments and identities and everything, and then hunt for those threats actively.
Understood. Well, we're already coming up on time, which is crazy. I feel like we're always flying through our session. So I suppose in closing, would love for each of you to share, one thought about the thing that you would like to most see happen over the next year aimed at improving U.S. cybersecurity resilience. And we can start with you, EAD Anderson, and then go to you, Drew.
Sure. Well, thank you again for having us here today, allow us to have this conversation. Again, I'm going to bring it right back to critical infrastructure, just because, again, I focus on, again, why is it that CISA even exists? Is to defend the .gov, is to protect our nation's critical infrastructure, and to work hand in hand with private sector owner-operators in doing that. So for me, the number one thing I'm hoping to be able to walk away, at the end of this year with, is that we've been able to identify those key critical asset owners, that we actually have joint work plans in place with them, whether that is an authorities conversation that we need to go have with them with the Hill, or if that's a dollars conversation for a small entity, because again, this administration is laser focused on economic objectives, affordability objectives. It's not necessarily, when we look at shifting costs, it's not necessarily on the American people to underwrite our national security. And being able to move that forward in a way that's going to substantively support those pillars of the national cyber strategy as we move forward, that's really what a lot of success is going to look like for us over the course of a year.
What about you?
And I believe over the course of the next year, it's really, really important for defenders really to move to a security outcomes-based model where they're leveraging an agentic SOC, right? Really seeking to automate security operations as much as possible. Because I think that it's been, for a long time, we've talked about it when we've talked cyber workforce or anything else, we've talked in terms of numbers. And I think right now we have this opportunity where we can automate so many more things on the defensive side, and it's necessary because of how adversaries are automating and scaling what they do. And I think that needs to ultimately be the goal over the next year, is to, where possible, really transform security operations to be agentic, so that it's not, ask and answer with data, but it's ask and act. Mm-hmm. And that way you can really upskill the cyber talent that's throughout the country, whether it's in government or in the private sector. And I think that's going to be fundamental in securing the country.
Yeah, agreed. We have a real critical opportunity with agentic AI. Well, thank you both for your time today. Really appreciate it. I think we are just at the close of our panel, so thanks again for spending a few minutes with us and chatting.
Thank you.
For the first time on the Intersect stage, please welcome Julie Sweet, CEO at Accenture, with Senator Mike Rounds, Chairman of the Senate Cybersecurity Subcommittee, in conversation with ITI's Jason Oxman.
Well, welcome, Julie. Absolutely excited to have you here. Senator Rounds, thank you for joining us again. And we're in conversation on a really important topic related to AI. and that is the idea that AI is going to steal my job. And Julie, I want to start off by asking you about a poll that recently came out from Reuters and Ipsos. It said 71% of US adults are worried that AI will, quote, put too many people out of work permanently. And AI and workforce concerns are also all over Capitol Hill. And in fact, all around the world, people are concerned about this. So Accenture is not only a big company itself, you work with big companies as your clients. So what workforce impacts are you actually seeing from AI, and what are the trends that you see us heading into 2026?
Well, Jason, first of all, thanks for having me, and thanks for bringing this important conversation together. And I love being here with Senator Rounds because he has been a early voice of really, what we need to do as a country, very bipartisan and super deep. So thank you, Senator Rounds. Thank you. On the workforce, I get asked a lot, are the layoffs that are happening right now due to AI? And I can 100% tell you no. Right? The layoffs right now are due to things like companies being under a lot of pressure, looking at basic things. Do I have too many layers of management? Are my processes not working? So AI right now is not driving when companies are laying off. And now that doesn't mean that we're not going to have AI-related layoffs eventually, because with every technology wave, you do see changes. But let me tell you what's actually happening right now. So you see in hospital settings where you have a complete lack of enough workers. There are not enough nurses and there's not enough nursing assistants in hospitals, full stop. And over 50% of what they do is administrative. And so what we're seeing now is we're actually able to use AI to cut down about half of what they were doing administratively, which frees them up to either serve more patients, or many hospitals are having them spend more time with the patient, which gets to better outcomes. And so you have a real need, right? We don't have enough nurses and nursing assistants, and AI is creating capacity for that. Another example in pharma is that when you bring a drug to the market, you have to have regulatory filings about how you explain it to the physician. Super labor intensive, very different country to country. And so you would have salespeople who were spending a lot of time on saying what's legal, versus how do I explain it well? What's the feedback? Am I getting to the right physicians? And a lot of people, we're now working with a pharma company where we used AI to actually eliminate, literally go from weeks, to hours about what they do. That didn't displace all the people who are working on it. Instead, they're able to cover more doctors, right? And they're actually able to be more accurate. This is not an easy question, right? We have to look at our workforce and do real planning, understanding the dynamics, the power, and then where we are going to see displacement, for example, in contact and call centers, that's like the big area that we are seeing that people don't need to, at least right now, they're mostly not hiring as opposed to mass layoffs. That's definitely going to be a disruption. So what do we do about it and be intentional? And that'll be a partnership.
Really interesting. I want to stay on this theme of AI in healthcare and science that you've been talking about, Julie. And Senator Rounds, let me first start by echoing Julie's sentiment about how much we appreciate your bipartisan work on Capitol Hill on these important issues. You have this great initiative, the American Science Acceleration Project.
ASAP.
ASAP, which is a great acronym too. And people acted ASAP when you put out the inquiry. You got hundreds of responses.
173.
Wow. Can you tell us, without going through all 173, can you give us a synopsis of what you heard and what surprised you a little bit and what's next for the project?
Well, first of all, thanks for the opportunity, and we appreciate your active engagement in all of this. And Julie has been very active on this. We've talked about this for more than 2 years, and we've appreciated that with Accenture. Look, here's the bottom line. AI is not going away. It's going to be here. And so when we talk about how we're going to do this, and we're talking to people about how do we actually increase the amount of science that we're doing that benefits the American public by a factor of 10. How is it that we can do the amount of science that we do this year, and by 2030, increase that up to a factor of 10? And you can't do it without recognizing and including the agentizing of AI into multiple fields, whether you're talking about healthcare or education or energy production or energy management, or for that matter, how we handle our defense capabilities, both offensively and defensively. ASAP was designed to talk about what do we need and what are the projects to increase the amount of compute that we need, the amount of AI access that we have to have on it, the amount of power that we need, and then how do we collaborate and actually get all of that information together so that there's actually a practical application of this tool to speed up the scientific discoveries. And then finally, how do we get out of our own way when it comes to the bureaucratic mess of discoveries and having permission to do that? And that requires the federal government to be actively engaged in finding quicker ways to get things to market. If you can create a drug which does a better job of treating a particular type of cancer, you'd better be using AI to determine whether or not it's safe and effective. If we're going to create it that way, then let's test it that way as well. Those are the types of things that we're looking at. And I know Accenture actually provided input to what we've put together on ASAP as well. And by the way, this is a bipartisan effort. Martin Heinrich, who's a Democrat from New Mexico, is my co-lead on this with us. We've been working together as co-leads on the AI caucus in the Senate. And we need to keep this on a bipartisan basis.
You, in fact, have been leading discussions on the Hill and collaborating with industry for years on a bipartisan basis. Of all those topics that you just covered, and there are a lot, what are you most excited about tackling next? What do you think is the next thing on the roadmap?
Healthcare. Look, I think most of the American people see AI and they're worried, number one, about job loss. And I think we can get past that because of the jobs that are going to be created. I mean, electricians alone, some estimates are 500,000 more electricians in the next 10 years.
Wow.
But when we talk about healthcare, this is one of those things that transcends for every family out there, American families, but people from all the way around the world. Using AI and developing the ability to find cures, diagnosis, and so forth more quickly than what we can today, every family will be impacted by what AI will do. I'm going to give you an example. In Sweden, there was most recently a study of 100,000 women, I believe, they looked at who had taken mammograms. If you incorporate using AI into the detection, you find a cancer earlier, but you also eliminate the misdiagnosis of a cancer by 13%. Wow. And so these are the types of things that using AI and you incorporate it into existing needs, you can make for a higher quality of life for those individuals. Think about the person that gets a note saying, we think you might have cancer, and you go through the biopsies and so forth to find out that it wasn't. Whereas with AI, you might find something earlier, and you might very well not get a misdiagnosis as well. Those are the things that will improve the quality of life for Americans. I talked to some people within the Department of Defense more than 3 years ago about some of the things that they saw. And at that time, a lot of it was classified because of how we handle and how we're going to defend against pandemics and so forth. But there was one piece that I think is not something that is classified, and that is we really do believe that once we get into this and we start promoting it, we can probably cure the vast majority of major illnesses within a 5-year period of time. Wow. Diabetes, Parkinson's, we can delay the onset of Alzheimer's. We can cure a number of the major types of cancers because we can do the experimentation not only on the diagnosis, but also on the way in which we actually can address them, because we can do the experiments phenomenally faster than what they can today. One professor told me that you can do more in a millisecond using artificial intelligence than what a laboratory used to be able to do in 200 years. Wow. Those are worth chasing.
That's real. And Julie, this is a huge industry segment for Accenture. Your client base includes healthcare scientific researchers across the world. What's most exciting to you about these AI use cases in healthcare and science that we're going to see coming up?
Well, as a cancer survivor, I would say that it is really exciting when I sit with the pharma CEOs that we work with and I hear about what's possible now. I will emphasize what Senator Rounds said, though, it's not just about the discovery. So the AI is incredible at being able to speed up the discovery of the right molecules and so on. but it's actually normally takes 9 years to get a drug to market. It is the use of AI at every step from discovery to market that is so important. So for example, we're using it now to make faster decisions in clinical trials. There's work being done that requires regulatory approval about using what's called synthetic data. So data that's not from human trials, but we've had a lot of proof that you can create data from other human trials and other data that helps you test. That will take regulatory approval to do so. And so you really have to think about this all the way from discovery, because in some ways discovery is like the easiest part. But if you have all of these backed up and you can't take it to market and through the trials and the regulatory, then you're not going to benefit from it. I think there's a real awakening around that. We're doing real work ourselves that doesn't require regulatory to help shorten it. But ultimately, this has to be a partnership between the science, the pharma companies, and the governments around the world, and ideally to do that in a consistent way.
Great. I want to talk about the workforce, because that is the impact that I think has the biggest need for a public-private partnership. So start with you, Senator Rounds, on the public side. What do you see as the role of Congress, and what do you want to see happen in government to help the American workforce adapt to this AI future, the disruption in very positive ways? But what's the role of government from your perspective?
Number one, get out of the way of private business so they can actually develop the new strategies. But second of all, promote the use of the educational tools that we've got available for us today. One good example, you work your way through a K-12 system. Those kids in the K-12 system, we've got to incentivize at the local level that they have not only the social skills, but also the math and science skills. And that, I believe, means that you get the locals back involved in actually the day-to-day education of the kids and get the federal government out of that. Second of all, I firmly believe that technical schools are a hidden gem across this country. We need electricians, we need plumbers, we need folks that can do HVAC, we need folks that can build homes. You can't build a data center without having more electricians. And so I think those jobs, the numbers that we're hearing are anywhere from 80,000 in the next couple of years to well over 500,000 over the next decade. So those are areas that right now we should be gearing up for. And that's something that we can help with is providing an incentive so that on a state-by-state basis, we are proposing, or those educational systems focus on that and let those kids know that you don't necessarily need a 4-year degree, and you can still own your own business, and you can have a real area of expertise that helps our country grow and prosper.
Makes a lot of sense. Julie, as a private sector leader, what are you looking to Washington for to help the workforce in America adapt?
Well, if you think more broadly around AI, they're just systemic, structural things that the private sector can't do alone. So energy is one of them, getting sensible policy is another, and the educational system is a very core one, and we were actually vigorously talking about it backstage because we know as a country, when you look at our K through 12 and things like math and science, like we lag behind much of the OECD countries, right? We have work to do. Not in South Dakota, where I know they're doing a ton.
We're making headway.
You're making headway. But this is vitally important, right? We are gonna change jobs. There's gonna be less of the kind of transactional work, the word opportunities, and so you have to have kids who are ready. But there's also upskilling ourselves. So we spend over $1 billion a year investing. Right now, for example, we are training all of our people across the company, 750,000, in agentic AI, because whether you're working today in the mailroom or you are facing a client, AI is going to be a part of the job. And so it is a shared responsibility for corporates. I am much more optimistic around AI because of one fundamental truth. The biggest value in AI is going to be growth. And in fact, our latest survey had 78% of C-suite executives saying AI will unlock growth. That's the most value. And when you look at every single technology evolution, if the companies had stood still, you would have had less people. So in 2015, when something called robotic process automation, so like basic automation came in, we were about 250,000 people. We went in, it eliminated tens of thousands of jobs because we used automation. We're 750,000 people today. We've grown at a 9% CAGR, right? If the company doesn't grow, we would be a smaller company today, right? And I have been saying this since the AI revolution started with ChatGPT, people over-tilted to productivity. But there is a rule in business that doesn't matter it's in the age of AI or not. I was taught it when I first was a young, business person. You cannot cut your way to growth. And so if we focus on growth, that is going to open up the new jobs and the new opportunities. And I'm really pleased that I see that shift. And so we need government to focus on it as well, create the conditions for growth, have sensible regulation, but growth cures a lot of things.
Well, you've left me with a sense of optimism about what we can accomplish together, the private and the public sector working together. Really interesting analysis. Thank you, Julie Sweet of Accenture. Thank you, Senator Mike Rounds. Please join me in thanking our guests for this great conversation.
Thank you.
I'll let you go first.
Joining us now, Dr. Dario Gil, Undersecretary for Science at the U.S. Department of Energy, in conversation with SVP of Policy at ITI, John Miller.
Thank you so much for being here, Undersecretary, Doctor. We discussed, we will go with Dario for now. So Genesis mission, right? I mean, that's what we have to start with. President Trump signed the executive order launching the Genesis mission back in November. You are overseeing this ambitious effort to kind of really supercharge scientific research and development in the U.S. What are the administration's goals and main focus areas for the Genesis mission, and why is leveraging AI for scientific R&D so important?
Great. Well, it's great to be here. Good afternoon. So the Genesis mission has a core thesis, which is we're in the midst of a revolution in computing, that it is enabled by decades of progress in semiconductors and high-performance computing, AI, and quantum computing coming next, and that revolution in computing is going to transform how science and engineering are practiced in our nation. The ultimate policy objective that we seek, which is very aspirational, is to double the productivity and impact of America's R&D engine, which is $1 trillion a year, is what we spend as a nation every year in R&D, within a decade. And to accomplish that goal, the President, through an executive order, chartered the Department of Energy to lead that mission on behalf of the nation, but not alone, to do it in collaboration with other science and technology agencies in the United States, with the private sector, with academia, with philanthropy, and initiate a movement of how will we transform that practice of science and engineering in this age of AI. And we're going to do two things: build a platform that is going to have the computing infrastructure, but also the methodology, and including the data sets to take AI beyond language and code into science and engineering, and then construct and execute a portfolio of grand challenges spanning energy, science, and national security.
So it's not a very ambitious
yeah, that's
goal,
right.
agenda.
An easy
at all.
task.
I mean, so that's great. Speaking specifically about maybe the AI-related grand challenges, how does Genesis fit into the broader administration's goals with respect to AI?
Well, one of the things we're most excited within the context of the Genesis mission is to give AI purpose to. And we just think that one of the most extraordinary things that we can do with the power of AI is science, and apply it to accelerate discoveries and solutions on a broad range of problems, from the biomanufacturing revolution that can unfold with biotechnology, fusion energy, and what we can do to be able to, model plasmas better, and using surrogate models, design iteratively, like the design of different kinds of reactors, and have different control mechanisms for the thousands of knobs that are present, in a fusion reactor, to what we can do in materials and in physics, et cetera. I mean, one example to just show and highlight the power of all of this is, I'm sure many of you are familiar with AlphaFold, right? But if you look at the history of how that happened, it had its origin at the national laboratories of the United States, specifically at the time at Brookhaven, where there was an effort on something called the Protein Data Bank. And the Protein Data Bank was an effort of using some of the light sources, right, X-ray, crystallography and overtime modeling and software that was developed at Lawrence Berkeley over time to build a database of the known protein structures that existed in the world. So fast forward 40, 50 years later, since 1971, there were 200,000 proteins that had been analyzed, and we know their structure. Because that existed, it was then possible to create a neural network-based approach to, given that knowledge that we have, to issue predictions. If I give you a sequence of amino acids, what protein structure do we have, in ways that was 1,000x faster than before. So we went from 200,000 proteins in 40, 50 years of effort to 200 million in the course of a couple of years, to all known proteins. That's an example of the power of acceleration when the methodology changes. But underneath it all, if you want to apply it to science, you gotta have the data, you gotta have the domain expertise, and you gotta have the computing to enable this to unfold. So what we want is not just an example of what happened in proteins, but that we have hundreds or thousands of examples across all domains of science and engineering as the new standard of practice of how we push forward those fields.
That answer kind of perfectly segues to my next question, because I think a lot of people might be wondering, this sounds much broader than energy. Like, why are we housing this at the Department of Energy? And I mean, certainly one of the reasons, you just alluded to not only domain expertise, but computational resources and data. DOE's national labs are obviously, they have for a long time been home to some of the world's most powerful supercomputers. And, in the AI context, we've all been discussing and learning about how important compute is to AI. I mean, why are these computational resources at the labs in particular so critical to the Genesis effort?
Yeah, I'll make a little bit of a joke, since you started why in the Department of Energy, because it's one of the things I've come to appreciate, that no one knows what the Department of Energy does. I know, but like the joke about it is like the name, the energy part is clear, yeah. But often people don't agree that there's two other legs around that, right? Like we run the national laboratories of the United States, right? And we're the largest supporter of physical sciences research, in the United States. There've been 122 Nobel laureates that we have supported. 22 elements of the periodic table were discovered, in our national laboratories, and just countless areas that have improved the lives of all Americans. And then the Department of Energy also runs the National Nuclear Security Administrator, right? That builds and administers and safeguards the nuclear stockpile of the United States. So it's just one of those things that I've come to appreciate, like just the scope of what the department does. Now, within those missions, because of the national security mission and because of the Office of Science mission, the department is justly world-renowned for having built, in partnership with the private sector, the world's best supercomputers. And an example of a motivation for that, in the context of the nuclear stockpile stewardship, was that when the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty was implemented in the early 90s, the reason that we are able to ensure the safety and the functioning of America's nuclear stockpile is because we simulate them. And to simulate them, we had to have the best supercomputers in the world. So there is a mission context for why there's so much expertise within the department in terms of supercomputing. If you look at the current AI revolution, the early demonstrations of connecting multiple GPUs together with NVIDIA happened in the department. Like when at the time where GPUs were used for like, gaming and like graphics processing, the idea of, hey, let's connect them together and build a larger network so that we can do like science with this had its origin 20 years ago. So there's a long, long history of always being at the forefront and pioneering what is next in this world of computing. And now what we need to do is to continue to scale this so that that triad of high-performance computing for kind of FP64, high-precision simulation, AI supercomputers, and quantum, that we push the frontier on each three, but crucially that we connect all three. So yes, this phenomenal, we have 40,000 scientists and engineers across the national laboratories on an enormous range of disciplines. So it is, I wish if there was one thing I could convey, how proud Americans should feel about their national laboratories. I wish people could see them and just how phenomenal our scientists and engineers and staff are and how impressive many of the facilities that we had built. What was that documentary about the national parks? It was like America's best idea. Well, the national lab should be in that pantheon too. So.
That's great. So key takeaway, national labs. You mentioned quantum a couple of times already, even though AI dominates a lot of conversations. Let's shift to quantum a little bit, which maybe is not as tangible for a lot of folks out there, right? I mean, can you talk about how, at least what the aspirations are for how Genesis will leverage quantum technologies, and really how the Genesis mission then fits into the broader administration plans to kind of accelerate quantum leadership?
So in addition to AI, quantum information science is a huge priority for the administration. It was already the case during the first tenure of President Trump, where the National Quantum Initiative was passed, which was a bipartisan law with broad support. And that launched and commissioned the Department of Energy to create these National Quantum Initiative centers. A few months ago, I announced a renewal, another $625 million commitment to 5 National Quantum Initiative centers. And then within quantum computing, I've been very public of setting up this national goal of demonstrating the first error-corrected, scientifically relevant quantum computer by 2028. And this has been, a dream of the field for many decades. This area of quantum, for those of you who know me, it's like a passion of mine, and I've devoted a good chunk of my life to do this. And it is incredibly exciting that we're finally within reach, we're talking years, of demonstrated the first generation of error-corrected machines. And quantum matters because it's a fundamental new way of processing information. So even though the history of information technology has been built on the idea of the 0 and the 1, we know that there's a richer representation possible with quantum information, and the machines are an expression and a mechanism to create these qubits, manipulate them, and do calculations in ways that would be exponentially costly with classical machines. But the future is not quantum alone. The future is to have workflows that are going to be AI-driven workflows that make the best possible use of high-precision computation, neural network-based computation, and quantum computation. And depending on what problem you want to solve, the amount of compute that you use for each one will vary, but we know that each representation is really powerful. So I would say the next 2 years are the most consequential in the field of quantum information science since the origin of the field.
Yeah, I wish we had more time to talk more about quantum, but I did want to, you alluded to your passion being quantum, developed during your private sector expertise experience over many years. I wonder if you can, say a little bit about the role of the private sector and partners with the Genesis mission. I think there's already been about 24 MOUs signed with leading companies. So, kind of wearing both your industry and now government hat, you're especially well placed to talk about the importance of that partnership in this context.
It is essential. We cannot succeed without the partnership with the private sector, and also, let me add, the partnership with academia. But with the private sector, we announced 24 partners. There are more to come, right? Where we ask a very straightforward question to them is, this is our goal. We're going to transform how science and engineering are practiced in our nation. How many of you are interested in joining us in that effort and investing with us of making that a reality? And the reaction from the private sector was spectacular, right? There's enormous excitement of being able to do this and co-invest with the government. But I'll just put some figures, right? I mentioned the $1 trillion of R&D that our nation spends a year. So of that number, like 70+% comes from the private sector. So in many of these areas that we're talking, semiconductors, AI, quantum, a lot of the investment and expertise and capital allocation is happening in the private sector. So we have to work together to be able to realize these ambitions. And that also means that we got to have creative partnership mechanisms and innovation on how we collaborate and contract and form teams. And part of what we're trying to do with the Genesis mission is not just the technical scope, but is also to move forward the approach with which we collaborate, how we co-invest, how we partner. And there's a lot of innovation possible in that space, as everybody knows, right? I mean, in business, if you have a lot of friction on something, on contracting or trust or collaboration mechanism, then you just don't do it, right? Like the friction is so high, you just go through a different avenue. So we have to also innovate on those fronts. But I mean, I just want to reemphasize that we cannot succeed on the Genesis mission without partnership with industry.
Yeah, sadly, we're almost out of time. And hopefully you're optimistic that not only can those partnerships thrive, but that the U.S. government, DOE, and other federal partners will be able to actually apply some of this private sector innovative thinking. But maybe just for the last question, 30 seconds, what is the next milestone for the Genesis mission that everyone should be watching out for, who is all going to be very interested in this after this conversation, I'm sure.
So, so we launched the EO, we launched industry partners. Next stop is we will share the portfolio of grand challenges, of lighthouse challenges that we're designing such that then teams can form across the United States to go and tackle those challenges. So, so I would say if you want a very immediate next milestone, that's the next one up. And that's very important, right? Because remember, there's a platform build, there's a portfolio construction of problems. So I think sharing that portfolio construction, these are the kinds of things that we're trying to solve with specificity. I think it's going to be very exciting. And then we're going to continue to stand up AI supercomputing capacity. The Secretary, right, announced partnerships to illustrate a couple, right, with both NVIDIA and AMD at Argonne and Oak Ridge National Laboratory with the first two 10,000 GPU systems around that. And, we are working really hard to stand them up, right, in the very near future. So I think there's a lot of, exciting dimensions, but I would just highlight, those two as initial examples with more to come.
That's great, and always great to hear ITI member companies leading the way. We'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Appreciate everyone sticking around as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For our next panel, Schneider Electric's SVP of Secure Power, Vandana Singh, and Dell's Bobby Stempfli, VP and Business Security Officer of Infrastructure, in conversation with ITI's EVP of Public Sector, Gordon Bitko.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, everybody. I feel, after that last session, really empowered. We've solved quantum computing. AI is going to solve all the world's big science problems. That's amazing, right? But what we didn't hear yet much today, what we're going to talk about now, is those things don't happen without all of the supporting infrastructure, without the power, without the facilities, without the computing racks and the data centers to enable all of that great work, to enable those big science problems. And it's a really big challenge because the pace of AI goes so fast. Who out here in the audience created a Claude bot in the last few days, right? So constantly changing. Bobby's admitting it, yeah. But so let's start the conversation there, right? With the pace of things moving so fast, how, Vandana, are you thinking about how do we keep up with the challenge, the evolution in AI when we're thinking about the infrastructure around it?
Right. Pleasure to be here, and thank you for facilitating this session for us. And it's great to be with Bobby over here. So a couple things, right? AI growth is very much predicated on the infrastructure growth. But the infrastructure growth is very much aligned to what we have availability as energy, right? And energy, not just available, but that's adaptable, that's scalable, and that has speed to power is really critical for us to make sure that the rate of AI growth can be met, right? From that standpoint, a couple things, how data center operators and infrastructure providers used to build in the old days is irrelevant today. The industry is steering towards more of a modular work design models, more of software-defined work design models, as well as services predictability work design models. And that's a fundamental shift. It's no longer linear. It really runs in tandem with many things, right? That said, there are a couple things that all of us should be thinking about when we think about ramping in AI. Number one is our ability to scale with the power and power requirement and densities. That's really important. It ramps really fast. And can we do it all? All sectors, can we do it? Data center operators, infrastructure providers, as well as white space operators like Bobby here at Dell. The second thing really that's important is resiliency and reliability. These high density data centers really need to be providing the type of uptime that the customers need. So is that possible? The third thing that's really important really is intelligence. The future of AI is very much predicated about using AI for AI, which means that these need to be software-defined solutions. And the convergence of all these things really become important in order for us to be successful. And at Schneider Electric, what we do is we connect the dots between not just ensuring that we have the power systems, but also the automation that's required with the software behind both electrical as well as the mechanical elements that drive the data center growth in a sustainable, in a predictable, and an adaptable manner. That's the core of what drives the data center growth and requirements for the data center growth.
Great. I feel like, Vandana, we could spend an hour talking about each of those topics, but we unfortunately don't have that time. Bobby, I know Dell has thoughts about this as well, and I want to pull on one particular thread that you mentioned, which is if we're thinking about these things in this sort of modular approach, there are real supply chain implications for that as well, right? And how do you think about that and the security around all of that and the resiliency around all of that?
Yeah, so that's a really important point, but I want to draw on something that Vandana said initially, which is that we think about the increase in power and we think about infrastructure in a very physical sense, and your expansion of that to include the more digital and software components is a really important point. I think we need to take it a further step, and that is we need resilience absolutely at a physical level. We need to have I call it a sense of predictable durability, so not avoiding as many problems as you can, but being able to work through them as they occur in a predictable and aligned way. But we also need to really understand our business processes and data, right? And that's as much an infrastructure element in many instances as the very physical construct of it. And bear with me, I'll get to supply chain because it does actually come together here. But we've got to have those pieces, and we have to recognize that things are happening and transforming in the data centers, but they're happening and transforming all the way out to the edge. And the success here is speed, in sort of the sensor to actuator speed, learning, processing, and then doing something about it. And that requires a fabric of infrastructure in order to be successful. So when you think about this from a supply chain perspective, you have to think about how do we secure the supply chain, not just in the tangible physical sense, like the component, but how do we secure the end-to-end supply chain from a component verification and a software alignment mechanism here as well. And so even that piece is about understanding your business processes, understanding your second and third parties' business processes, and understanding how resilient those are and how those tie to each other.
Yeah, I wonder if also there's an element in there if we have to understand the customers better in doing that, especially because everybody is becoming so much more dependent on this infrastructure, whether they realize it or not.
Yeah.
And I know you guys are building tools to really try to help with that.
Right. So it all starts with the use cases, right? The customers, the things we're trying to do, the innovation that these technologies are enabling us to do. When you think about the transformations that are happening from how we do science in the previous conversation to some of the conversations earlier today on critical infrastructure security mechanisms, you have to understand what the needs are, and then that works back into how does the infrastructure support it?
Yeah, so one of the ways that I know we're all very interested in the infrastructure being supportive is data centers being assets themselves that can really help with that, right? And I know that's something, Vandana, that Schneider has put a lot of work into already, and if you could share a little bit about how you guys are thinking about that.
Right. There are a couple things. So, I'll first draw on the supply chain, and I promise you there's a valid point over here. We're going all over the place.
We'll get there.
Just bear with me for 10 seconds. Just as Bobby was talking about the supply chain, in the infrastructure market, when you have, connectivity from the grid to the chip, chip being in Bobby's space, shifting left and planning for the supply chain long term is very, very important. And I think that's a fundamental shift there. And a number of our collective customers that we're working with in terms of building AI factories have shifted to left, right? Switch data center, Compass data centers are all good examples. So that's something to think about when you think about supply chain management at an infrastructure level. It's a bit different. You plan 12 to 18 months in advance. So that's kind of point one. Now coming back to your question, I'm here. Is how are we thinking about data center and readiness for data center growth in general, right? A couple things. Number one, what we want to, Schneider is really committed to the U.S. market in general, right? We have invested significantly for energy build in the United States. Over $1 billion invested over the last since 2025 through 2027. And that covers everything from modular data centers to cooling, which is a very critical component for us, to software and software-defined solutions, right? That's definitely number one. The second thing is working very closely and collaboratively, not just with our customers, but also here with the policymakers. We have been critical in terms of aligning to how Schneider can bring value in terms of speed to power and time to power, which is a critical question that requires answering today, and the fundamental levers that we can pull in order to deliver to speed to power. That's number two. So I'll just take a pause there because I know you might have a follow-up for Bobby.
Well, I think I want to build on that question, though, and pivot a little bit, because both of you talked about the impact of digital technologies on where we need to go, where we're trying to go. And one of the dichotomies that I know we at ITI have struggled with is how can we get the infrastructure side of things, the utilities and other players, to move at the same speed that you all move at, to adapt to these technologies, not on decade-long timescales like they typically have done, right? We're going to put in a new power plant, it's going to take a decade. We're going to build new transmission lines, it's going to take a decade. And we can't really wait that long. But a lot of the things that you're talking about, the digital tools, software, sensors, services, really are accelerators of that. So how do we get past this sort of this challenge of it's the tech industry and the utilities, and how do we work together to really solve those problems?
Yeah. Can I just?
Yeah, go ahead.
And then
Absolutely.
I'll just draw on what I said, and then you can help us close. So firstly, I really think it's a time and place where technology providers, infrastructure providers, policymakers, and utilities have to come together and work as one organism. I mean, it's super critical. When we think about what we're doing to enable utilities, I mean, we really need, policy and regulation which can enable utilities to think about how they bring software in those ecosystems, not just to make sure that they're able to visualize the energy utilization, but also be able to manage the distributed energy resources. And that software orchestration is really critical for success, right? And that's something that we are actively working with many utilities at the moment in order to drive that convergence, where infrastructure converges with utility providers.
Yeah, and I think there's a real magic in that, right? We are in a moment more than any other, at least in my career, where having all of the players at the table at the same time becomes incredibly important, and thinking long-term is, short-term successes, but a long-term view of the world. But we're also at a point, and this is where first principles are wonderful, but it makes it sound easier than it really is, so I acknowledge that. We're also at a point, though, where a lot of the things that have been blocking us in the past, lack of information, lack of meaningful, valuable insight that helps people do the long-range planning, can be offset by the kind of insight we can get from digital technologies today. And that kind of clarity can provide real value for these utilities in order to do effective planning at local levels. This is also why that distributed computing capability is so important. What happens at the edge is as important as what's happening in the data centers, because we can optimize our utility investment in order to support both ends of that as well. And you can't have that unless you can have everybody at the table at the same time.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, Bobby. We've only, unfortunately, got a few minutes left, but I'd like to just continue on that point to say, I think we all agree from the tech industry that that's where we have to go. But there are some obstacles to getting there. There are policy, regulatory challenges. There are so many different stakeholders. You were the queen for a day. What would you change so that we could solve those problems? What's the one thing you think is the biggest obstacle right now?
Oh, okay. Nothing like the hard question as the last question. So seriously, this is a really an important question, and my answer is going to sound like I'm sidestepping it. I spent a long time in the public sector, and now I'm in the private sector. And I would say that oftentimes these things that are in the way are perceived of as in the way and aren't actually in the way. And there are things that are in the way within it, but we have to work really hard to communicate with each other to get to the fine point of the thing that's in the way, such that we can then actually take that one on. And really, if I could do anything today, it's to ensure that we can open the dialogue to all the players and put them in the room together in order to have that kind of discussion and find the one thing that we can move the ball on.
Well, since she said that, I'll have to say something else. Well, thank you for that, Bobby. The one thing that I will comment on is really, policy and regulation that's required at every single player who is at the table that Bobby talked about, to simplify and streamline and build speed into the system is important. For data center operators, it's the interconnects and backup capability. For the utilities, it is the aspect of thinking beyond CapEx to OpEx and bringing digital front. For the infrastructure providers to be able to incentivize to build in America, to secure America. I think those are things that are important so that we all have collective ownership in order to continue to progress the agenda as we have been so far.
And what I think you'll find, what I hope your experience demonstrates, is the objectives are generally aligned.
100%, yeah.
It's a great place to start.
Yeah, I think everybody would agree. They all want speed to power. We all want customers who can have affordable power that can have it reliable and resilient. It's what do we do to get there? So since we do still have a few seconds left, I'm going to throw out one more question, which is, how do we tell that story, right? There are a bunch of different audiences, and how do we tell the story of we are aligned to some degree, and we do want to work together, and here's the things that we need to do to get there better?
Do you want to start?
Well, look, we are aligned, but we rarely meet together as one entity. And I think that's the beauty of this session, is that people from every single sector and industrial background is in this room, including the state as well as the federal government. And that is a unique experience. So I thank ITI for hosting that. But I think we really need to create more forums like this where we can have this dialogue.
Yeah, I think that's right. And to start with the end in mind, and then work the steps as we get along. And so it is about telling a story, to your point, right? What is the objective we're aligned on? And then who are the players, and how do we decompose that?
Great, thank you both so much. Again, we could spend hours on this, but I know that there's a full agenda still for the rest of the day, so thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Corey.
Please welcome Amazon's Vice President of EU Public Policy, Lucy Cronin, in conversation with Jason Oxman.
Well, welcome, Lucy. Thank you for joining us and actually making the trip all the way from Ireland for this.
Pleasure.
We're moving into the influence session of the afternoon, and we have a lot of great discussions with policymakers coming up during this session, including Foreign Affairs Committee Chair Mast and Senate Commerce Committee Chair Cruz and Ethan Klein, the Chief Technology Officer of the United States, and Senator Gallego. So a lot coming up. But I'm excited you're here because one thing that we haven't really had a chance to talk about today is the EU policy scene, which you're responsible for Amazon. And the reason I think it's important that we have this conversation in the middle of our time together today is because there's a lot going on in the EU. And a lot of what's going on in the EU is obviously impacting American companies. And a lot of what's going on in the EU is obviously impacting policymaker decisions here in the US in response to what's going on in the EU. So I wonder if you can share with us your perspective. You spend a lot of time in Brussels, and would love your perspective on what the current environment and the scene is like, if you will, in Brussels for the tech industry right now.
Sure thing. Good afternoon, everyone. So let me start by saying, I guess, when I read articles about Europe and the European Union, particularly here in the US media, I always wonder, is there a full appreciation for how decisions are made in the European Union, right? And how legislation is actually made?
No is the answer to that,
I think that might be the case. Because, it's an incredibly complex environment in terms of how legislation is formed or how policies are formed. And without going too much into the weeds on all of this, I think the European Union is a structure whereby legislation is made by three different institutions. So you have the European Commission, which is the right of initiation of legislation. You have the European Parliament, which is made up of 700 plus politicians from across EU 27. And then you have the 27 member state governments. So for a company such as ourselves, sorry, just hit my mic, for a company such as ourselves, obviously navigating how those policies are made is really, really important. And it is no secret, of course, that the European Union has been focused on US tech companies from a legislative perspective for quite some time now. And that has been challenging for those of us operating and trying to build our business in the European Union. When I think of Amazon, we have 150,000 employees in region. We have invested 220 billion euro in the European Union since 2010. But we have, over the course of that period in the European Union, and certainly in the last, say, 6 or 7 years, certainly had to face, what we would regard as sort of a discriminatory or a protectionist approach to how they regulate tech, and particularly US tech in the European Union. The vibe today, I would say that we are certainly in an environment whereby some of the themes that we've seen over the last five or 6 years, the protectionism that we have seen in terms of that regulation, the sovereignty debate has certainly come into very sharp focus. But none of the conversations that are happening today are actually new. So if I look back and I look, for example, at the Digital Markets Act, which is very, very much a piece of legislation that was targeting US tech companies back in 2018, 2019, the suggestion that there is, some kind of change in the European Union in terms of how they are looking at the regulation of US tech, I don't think that's quite true, because I think we've seen a progression of some of those debates over the last 5, 6, 7 years. Certainly, the sovereignty debate has come into sharper focus. But what that actually means for a company such as ourselves that is so embedded in the European Union and has such history in the European Union, time will tell, right? But it isn't a new phenomenon by any stretch of the imagination. And so what that means then is a company like Amazon, we have a job to do to make sure that those three institutions that I talked about, so the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council, which is the EU member states, understand our long-term commitment to the European Union, understand the importance of our business in the European Union, understand the importance of frictionless EU-US trade relations for a company like Amazon that is, bringing a lot of jobs to the European Union.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'm glad you started off with a description of how complicated the institutions are in the EU, because I do think there's a tendency to talk about the Brussels effect without really parsing the different institutions that are involved. And the fact that the Parliament has 700 plus members, and that even when legislation is passed, it has to go through the Council, has to go through the Commission, has to implement. It's a long process, but it does mitigate in favor of what you've counseled, which is we need to spend a lot of time educating all the institutions and all the organizations there. I wonder if I could ask you to characterize the current state of the transatlantic relationship. And I know we could talk about that from a technology angle, we could talk about it from a political angle, we could talk about it from an economic angle, because obviously the EU and the US are so intertwined, and it's $1 trillion economic relationship that goes back since the advent of the EU itself. How would you characterize the current state of the transatlantic relationship today?
Well, thanks so much for the question, which I'm going to try not to answer. Look, there is no doubt that it is a challenging time, right? But there is also no doubt, it's certainly in my mind, that there is a mature understanding of the interconnectedness of the two blocks when it comes to trade, right? And again, when you're talking about the European Union, you are talking about 27 individual governments, as well as the European institutions. So I am not getting necessarily the feeling that there is a uniform view of the EU-US trade dynamic today, or transatlantic relations today across EU 27. I am for sure, there definitely is an understanding of the importance of those trade relations between the two blocs. But I think it's also correct to say that, as I said, the sovereignty debate has come into focus, for sure. Now, part of the sharpening of that focus, or the concern that has been raised by some European leaders over the last couple of years, I would, put back on the Europeans' plate and say, there's a lot that the European Union itself could be doing to promote growth and competitiveness of the European Union. I mean, the potential of the European Union is huge. It's 400 and something million citizens, right? And there is a lot that the European Union has identified that it could be doing to grow itself, become more competitive, and in many ways continue to strengthen the EU-US trade relationship on the basis of the growth in the European Union itself. There's a lot of, for a company like Amazon, one of the unique selling points of the European Union is, of course, the single market, right? So it is, in theory, a borderless market of 400 plus million citizens. And, Germany, we went to Germany already as a company in 1998. We identified that the single market was really a very attractive proposition for a company looking to grow outside the US. But the European Union has a lot of work to do, really, to make sure that that single market is indeed frictionless, and that it really does make it possible for all of the small and medium-sized European companies that are working with US tech companies such as ourselves to really harness that market within the European Union, never mind export outside the European Union. So I think there's a piece of work definitely to be done there. I think also that there is a lot of regulatory fragmentation, which I may be wrong, but I don't get the sense that the tech companies operating here are dealing with the same level of complexity when it comes to fragmentation. And what I mean by that is we have, for example, a Digital Markets Act in the European Union. Love it or hate it, it's an act that is, in theory, a harmonizing measure across EU 27. But of course, we then have the scenario whereby individual regulators in individual member states have either adopted or stood up measures that are competing with the Digital Markets Act, and that causes a huge amount of friction as well. So all of that said, the EU-US relationship is, we're at a sensitive time, and we need to be cognizant of that. But while looking at that and while trying to deal with that, I think EU leaders should also be focusing on the things that their own leaders have advised. Draghi, obviously the Draghi report, I think everybody knows about that, was very, very clear on the investment required in the EU, the regulatory fragmentation that I talked about needed to be addressed, that the single market needed to be deepened and strengthened. And I think a bit more focus on that will ultimately deliver for the European Union in a manner that is less difficult, I would say. In other words, I feel like the European Union is a master of its own destiny in terms of its own market.
So let's talk about that. We've been talking about the 2026 roadmap legislatively, policymaking here in the US. Let's talk about what you're watching in the EU. If you had to counsel us in the industry and what ITI should be paying the most attention to, maybe pick your favorite proceeding. What's coming up in 2026 in Brussels that is going to be the most impactful thing that happens there?
Yeah, I don't have one favorite. There's about 5 that I'm particularly focusing on, but listen, I'll try to whittle it down. The Digital Markets Act is up for review.
Yep.
So we will, I suspect that there will be an extension of the services designated under the Digital Markets Act. I suspect that will impact US tech players more than European or Chinese tech players in the European Union. So I think that's one that we need to watch very, very carefully. The merger review is also happening in Q2 of this year. Why is that important? Well, the ability for US tech companies to invest in European startups and scale-ups could be made that bit more difficult by a merger review that makes it more difficult for us to invest. Yep. So that's one we're watching. And then obviously Amazon LEO, so our low Earth orbit satellite services, we intend to roll that out. We're already obviously
formerly
the
known
US
as Project Kuiper, right?
Formerly known as Project Kuiper.
Yep.
So we're really, really excited about that. But in true European fashion, the EU Space Act was tabled a couple of months ago. And concerning to me is that draft, and it is only a draft and we have a lot of work to do on it, that draft is essentially putting 2 compliance regimes, or suggesting that 2 very different compliance regimes be put in place. One for so-called giga constellations, so read Amazon LEO and Starlink, and a different compliance regime for everybody else. So it's a continuation, quite frankly, of what we have seen over the last 5 to 7 years in terms of one set of rules for US tech companies and a different set for everybody else. So we really need to be on that and very mindful of how we can work with individual EU governments and individual member states to try to get some level of balance, because we're really excited about investing in the European Union from an Amazon LEO perspective, but we need to be given the ability to invest and grow and bring our European partners like Arianespace, for example, along with us as we invest and grow in the European Union. So that's 3.
Yep.
Digital services taxes are always something that we have a very close eye on in the European Union. We have 4 member states that currently have a DST in place, totally and utterly discriminatory measure against a handful of US tech companies. So we will continue to focus on making sure that there's an understanding of why that is a discriminatory measure and should be scrapped. Yep. So that's...
You get one more.
No, I leave it at that.
You want to leave it at 4?
I leave it at that.
All right.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Let me ask you to leave us with an optimistic note. How are we doing as an industry working together in Brussels to convey the kind of messages that you're talking about?
Look, the one thing I will say about European legislators is, the job of the European Commission is to propose legislation. And there are some very, very smart people working in the European Commission. And I think as long as we, as the US tech sector, continue to provide data-based information, argumentation, etc., to the European Commission, then we are doing our job properly. I mean, at the end of the day, you can go in kicking and screaming, but that's not going to help.
True.
What we really need to do is educate, tell the story, provide the data that resonates and that actually brings the argument together, and I think we just need to continue to do that as an industry.
Sounds fair. Looking forward to working on it with you. Lucy Cronin, VP, Amazon, thank you so much for giving the EU perspective to us.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, as we just heard, the dynamic geopolitical environment has a significant influence over how governments worldwide are approaching technology policy. And right now, I'm honored to have join us one of the key officials here in DC in the Trump administration, who is helping navigate these complex issues at the highest level of the U.S. government. Please join me in welcoming the Chief Technology Officer of the United States, Dr. Ethan Klein. Welcome.
Thank you.
Now, I may have added a little bit of a flourish to your title, but frankly, I think you may have, other than obviously President of the United States, you may have one of the coolest titles in government. What is the Chief Technology Officer of the United States responsible for, and how did that role even come to be?
It's a great question. I completely agree with you. It's something I'm very excited to come into work every single day of the week to serve the American people. The role itself was created in 2009 under President Obama, and then later codified in statute in, I believe, 2016 or 2017. And so I'm the 5th United States Chief Technology Officer. The mandate itself, I think, is very much up to kind of the holder of the role. And in previous administrations, we saw it focus a lot on digital issues and how do we get kind of digital technologies to the American people, how do we enable greater federal adoption of technologies, IT modernization, topics of that sort, which today a lot of which are dealt with at the Office of Management and Budget within the role of the Office of the Federal Chief Information Officer. I think, in my role, and I had served under the previous United States Chief Technology Officer, now Director of our office, Michael Kratsios, saw how this role could be leveraged for promoting American leadership in emerging technologies. And so, in this administration, President Trump sent a letter to Director Kratsios saying that there's 3 main charges for the office, and those are the same 3 charges that I share as United States Chief Technology Officer. Number 1 is ensure American leadership in critical and emerging technologies, AI, quantum, nuclear, biotech. The second is to revitalize our science and technology enterprise and identify how better academia, industry, and government can work together, new public-private partnership models, for example. And the third is to ensure that the benefits of scientific progress and technological innovation come to all American people. And that's not just, kind of the results of those technologies from basic research funding all the way through, to development of new cancer diagnostics and autonomous, transportation technologies, but also how do we ensure that Americans are actually sharing in all of the great economic boons that we're seeing as a result of the development of these technologies.
3 great mission statements right there, and I want to ask you about, and thank you for returning to government service. We're
Absolutely.
very lucky to have you there. You're Dr. Klein because you're an actual scientist. So, one of the obvious questions is, how do you operate at the intersection of all these cool technologies, cool scientific advancements and the like, and the public policy piece? Because obviously your role is to help inform the decisions that the president makes, the administration makes on all these issues, but you have to figure out how to navigate the geeky stuff, if you will, and the public policy piece. How do you walk that rope?
Well, what I'd say is I think that the most exciting part about the job is that you can get excited about these kinds of scientific development and technology, and that's what I loved so much about being in science, being in academia, getting to work at the frontier. In my own work, focus on nuclear technologies. But I think it's just a tremendously exciting place to be. And so I think, to your point, one important role for us within the White House is to ensure that we're providing that top-notch technical advice to the president and the rest of the executive office of president, and also to our large departments and interagency across departments and agencies. And so a lot of that is distilling that down to what does that mean for American competitiveness? What does that mean for economic growth, for our national security? How can we leverage some of these kind of maybe more geekier technologies that are still a few years down the road? What is that going to them mean for American competitiveness, years down the road. And so, for example, something during the first Trump administration when I served in this office, we were incredibly focused on AI and quantum. And so you can see just in those few years from 2017 or 2018, when we were really focused on some of that kind of initial policy making, how much the world has changed, how much those initial investments and focus back then have played out today across, not just in government, but across private sector and academia.
Yep. And so one of the things that you are focused on is traveling the world and delivering the message of the importance of these scientific and technical advancements, and obviously to the advantage of U.S. companies. President Trump has been laser focused on advancing the interests of U.S. companies, and the technology interest of the president is clear. He talks about it all the time. Can you talk to us about the extent to which there's an international element here, and what kind of cooperation, what kind of partnerships, what kind of international engagement is going to be important to the success of your work?
That's a great question. I'd say during the first Trump administration, I think traditionally within the Office of Science and Tech Policy, where I sit within OSTP, a lot of that has traditionally focused on kind of core, academic collaboration between countries. And that's an incredibly important area as we continue to work on and fund incredible amounts of basic research, a lot of which is performed in academia and increasingly in industry as well. But I think, coming back in, now, I think many countries around the world have realized that these critical and emerging technologies are core to national security, are core to their economic growth. And so the nature of those discussions has broadened from not just the kind of academic partnerships that we, again, kind of, continue to support and are critical to those longer-term breakthroughs, but also how do we partner better with foreign industry, for example, bring a lot of those investments here into the United States. And that's something that obviously President Trump has been, extremely committed to and has done an incredible job about bringing trillions of dollars of foreign investments into those critical sectors here at home so we can train American workers and bring back a lot of that manufacturing. So I think for us within the White House, a big focus of that S&T collaboration is identifying where are those trusted partners and allies across the globe that view those technologies in the same light that we do, with a sense of optimism and a sense that it's going to contribute to the important, defining characteristics of our nation. And that's something that we should be developing together, developing the standards for, and generally kind of increasing adoption of those emerging technologies around the globe.
So taking the show on the road, OSTP is heading to the AI Summit in India. That's obviously part of this international engagement. You also have the Genesis mission as well. And Dario Gil talked about this in detail, but I wanted to ask for your perspective on that mission and what you're most excited about there, and kind of how that fits in with other projects that you're looking to advance in the near or long term.
Absolutely. So first you mentioned, towards the India AI Impact Summit, and that's something that we're, very happy to, to be participating in, and I think bringing a very large contingent from across government, which just again reflects how important AI has become across departments and agencies, across sectors of society. And I think that's exactly what the Genesis mission is getting at. And I think there's honestly no better person than Undersecretary Gill to be leading that mission from within the Department of Energy. As you know, there's 17 different distinct national laboratories within the DOE system. And he's done an incredible job about bringing them together around this shared mission of developing the platform, the compute infrastructure, the data, the ability to develop these foundational models for science, but not only for the scientific discovery, but actually taking those scientific discoveries and turning them into strategic capabilities. So that full kind of tech commercialization pipeline. And so that's from OSTP's role from, within the White House. Our goal is how do we broaden that from just the Department of Energy mission set, which is an incredibly broad set, and they fund amazing research and development. But there's a whole bunch of other departments and agencies that could also benefit from that infrastructure and that kind of shared knowledge. And so we're working, very hard to bring in even more departments and agencies to partner in on that. We're working with the private sector to announce dozens of new industry participants. We've already announced dozens of them across shared infrastructure and building at national laboratories, at AI for Science companies that want to contribute and participate, and also hopefully soon a lot more academic partnerships and also international partners.
It reminds me that OSTP's mission is to be the principal scientific advisor to the president. And it sounds like a lot of the work that you have underway is actually focusing on helping other agencies of government, other arms of the administration, if you will, work on these important programs. We've been talking throughout the day today about what Commerce and ITA is doing on trying to help exports of AI, American AI, around the world. I think I know the answer to this question, but we should be, as an industry, spending time talking to you about all these programs too, because you're providing advice to the other agencies as well.
Absolutely. I think that's honestly one of the joys of sitting within OSB is we get to see all of the amazing achievements that our different departments and agencies are doing. And I think from kind of a scientist or engineer's perspective, we have all of these different tools in our toolbox across different policy levers. Some of our agencies are amazing at funding federal research that's performed within government. A lot are amazing at getting those grants out to industry. And I think from our perspective, it's how do we work with those partners across government to help enable private sector, to enable that our funding goes a longer way, that each dollar of federal funding stretches further to produce even more scientific breakthroughs. And so to your point about commerce and ITA and the American AI Exports Program, something we're incredibly excited about how do we develop those technologies here in the US and appropriately support them so that they can find homes across the globe.
Yeah. And so on the subject of AI and exporting AI around the world, AI is obviously a product, a service. It has physical and virtual components to it, digital components to it, but it also has values imbued in it. And I wanted to ask you about how, as we're looking to export AI around the world, how do we ensure that that includes American values as part of it? And what's OSTP's and your role in exporting those values along with the products and services?
Well, I think that's why it's so critical that we're developing those technologies here in the United States, because that's what imbues it with a lot of those American values. And so if we're developing the technology here, we're manufacturing that technology here, it's subject to the regulatory and policy frameworks that we have set up within the United States, which I think to a large extent are sector-specific, use case-specific. And I think as a general kind of point, that's an important way about how we develop technology here in the United States. We leverage those existing kind of social compacts that we have with a technology, and when something new like AI comes up, we say, how does that already fit into the existing framework? How do we isolate those kind of maybe novelties on the policy issues without having to create new regulatory structures that may constrain that technology? And so I think by developing it here within the United States, within those frameworks, that's where through multilateral institutions like the G7 or G20, we're trying to share those principles with our partners and allies across the globe. But it really starts about having a great environment to develop those technologies here in the United States.
Yeah, and then you mentioned some international institutions, a couple of them that one of which we're hosting coming up pretty soon. But I want to ask about in your private sector and in your government work, you've been engaged in the standard setting world. And clearly now, as you noted, the Trump administration is really pushing US participation in standard setting bodies around the world. As it relates to AI, how important are global standards activities? How important is American engagement in those? How important is the rest of the world's engagement in those? And where do you see hope for industry through voluntary consensus-based industry standards to address a lot of issues that in other circumstances might require regulation or government to step in? Is that a hope that you have?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's exactly what you get to, voluntary and industry-developed consensus-based standards. And I think that's one thing that our director, Michael Kratsios, has spoken out about a lot on the international stages against AI global governance and instead enabling countries to the point that we discussed about towards tech sovereignty, allowing each country to say, how do these technologies fit into our own kind of policy frameworks? But there's still some core principles towards that about performance-based and enabling that innovation to be tested out before you kind of have those more restrictive, say, regulatory frameworks around it. So again, it gets to the point about we're developing those technologies here, we're working through those own kind of frameworks, and then we're trying to distill that down to the set of principles that we've seen to be so successful in making America the best place to develop technologies, AI and otherwise, and then how do we share those principles with our partners? And so we're doing that through a number of different fora, some of which that I had just named, but also in other bilateral and multilateral engagements through technology prosperity deals that President Trump signed with Prime Minister Starmer in the UK, that Michael Kratsios had signed with the ROK and with the government of Japan. And those, I think, are exciting opportunities for us to partner with like-minded nations.
So what is the future that you see or that you envision as a result of all of this work that the administration is doing, both here in the US and around the world, to export American AI? What's the end goal, and how will you measure the success of the efforts of OSTP and your work as CTO in doing all of this international engagement, all of this standard setting work, all of the export work, all of the work to engage foreign governments in partnership through the kind of agreements that you've been discussing? What's the end goal there, and how will you measure the success of your work?
I think, again, it gets back to maybe the original point that you made about coming from kind of a science and technology background, is I'm fundamentally optimistic about these technologies. And I think you have to see the opportunities within those technologies, not just potential risks of their development. And so if you're opportunity focused, you're looking at how to actually adopt those technologies across all of these different applications. So for AI, how's it being used in healthcare, for education, for transportation? And if you're envisioning kind of a future where it's being incorporated into improving all of the existing metrics that we have, if you're able to reduce the number of deaths on American roadways each year using autonomous vehicles, that would be tremendous. If we're able to increase life expectancy and reduce deaths due to rare diseases that may not receive as much funding as they need to solve some of those challenges today, that would be kind of incredible metrics. So I think for us, it's this broad diffusion of those technologies, not just here within the United States, which we're extremely focused on kind of spreading that technology through test beds and through other innovative methods at the state and local level, but also to our international partners. And I think what we've seen is that there's a lot of countries that are extremely excited about the future of technology, and they found that the United States is a great partner in working with to enjoy those benefits.
Yeah. I don't want to ask you to pick a favorite technology, but my last question to you is, as you look at 2026 and the limited amount of time you have and the limited amount of resources you have in OSTP, people probably don't realize what a tiny office OSTP is. What are you most excited to focus on this year? And not that you have to pick one favorite, but you can if you want to. What's the thing that you think is going to take up the most of your time and that you're going to be working toward this year?
Well, obviously, AI has been a huge focus this past year and during the first Trump administration. For me, the one that I'd say that maybe doesn't get as much attention as it deserves is quantum. I really do think across quantum information sciences, everything from quantum computing to sensors and networking is an potentially incredibly transformational area. And a lot of the kind of core research that we do that supports those areas have started to actually make these advancements that we're looking closer towards applications, towards commercialization. And so I think kind of moving that discussion from being just one about research and development, just as it was about AI, say a decade ago, before ChatGPT, before Transformers, and instead saying, what are the different application spaces for this incredibly important technology? That's something that we're incredibly focused on at OSTP, and hopefully we'll have more to share in the year to come.
Fantastic. We will look forward to supporting you on the quantum work, the AI work, and everything else under your portfolio. Really great conversation. Appreciate your being here today. The Chief Technology Officer of the United States, Dr. Ethan Klein. Thank you.
Please welcome Senator Ruben Gallego in conversation with Jason Oxman.
How you doing? Yep.
Well, Senator, thank you for being here. I'm sorry to note he did not bring any Arizona weather with him here. But,
trust me, I wish he did.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I should say.
I know, we would have appreciated it. Thank you for being us here.
My pleasure.
Thank you for your leadership on so many important technology policy discussions. Arizona is quite literally at the epicenter of everything that we're talking about.
We love it.
And it's exciting.
It's a night and day from 14 years ago when we were deep still in a recession.
Yeah, it's really exciting, and we appreciate it. And I want to talk to you about semiconductors. I'm actually very excited to head out to Arizona in just a few weeks to tour TSMC's facility. I was out there to tour Intel's facility not long ago. There's a lot going on in Arizona, and all of a sudden, as I understand it, there's a nonstop flight from Phoenix to Taiwan.
There's two, actually.
Two?
Not to brag, but I am going to brag because this is what Arizonans do. It's actually our first direct connection to Asia, and it's something that we really are proud to grow. It's something that we've been trying to, Arizona, we've been trying to, move from just being a regional hub to really a economic powerhouse, not just of the Southwest, but really of the region. And we really do feel that that is exactly what's happening, not just with TSMC, but a lot of the suppliers that are coming in. A lot of people are just kind of coming in on the backbone of what they're creating out there.
Yeah, and this is not just happening in a vacuum. This is your personal tech policy passion. So you just took that route yourself. Can you tell us what is going on in that conversation about getting more investment from Taiwan into the U.S. and, of course, into Arizona?
Well, it's not just Taiwan. I think Arizona and Arizona politicians have had an obsession since the 2008 housing recession to really dramatically change and innovate the Arizona economy, because we took it really hard. If you remember back in 2008 when housing hit, the only state that had higher unemployment and more bankruptcies than us was Nevada. I was a young man then. I was chief of staff to a city council member, and I had to overnight sit with city staff and figure out how to cut $1.5 billion from a $4 billion budget. Fire thousands of city employees. These are the people that pick up garbage, police, cut grants, cut programming, whatever we could. And when we compared ourselves to other cities and states who did have blips, we saw that we were so reliant on housing and housing economy that it was such an existential threat that we could not do this again. And we had some good bones to build on, right? We had Intel already there. We had some old offshoots of different types of tech, whether it was defense tech, back in the day, different type of microprocessors like Micron, but it wasn't really a full scale innovation economy that we really wanted, and we didn't even have even an educational workforce to meet it. And really was a bipartisan effort of Democrats, Republicans, business community, nonprofits community that decided that we're going to invest and move forward into the future. And we do it through different government administrations, whether it's Democrat, Republican, governors, presidents, and everything else like that. And we finally did it, and we landed it. And now, my work is to continue both the legacy of that, but also to make sure that we preserve it, because it's not set in stone. And one of the conversations we had in Taiwan, both with TSMC and the Taiwanese government, is good work. There's more to come. I was very excited about that, but that there needed to be some more effort by both the U.S. government, state, and locals to continue that. And from conversations even outside of the TSMC world, I have some concerns that we need to really make some investments, not just in Arizona, but across the country, to continue that growth and keep it here in the United States, preferably in Arizona.
Yeah. Well, it is a fact that it's more expensive to build in the United States than it is traditionally. The semiconductor industry is built in markets geographically around the world that are less expensive to build in.
Yes.
Like a third less expensive, so
yes.
not a small amount. So it's good that you're focused on that. I want to ask you about what this transformation of the Arizona economy that you've been talking about and that you've been focused on has meant for the people of Arizona. What are you hearing from Arizonians about what the advent of the tech sector there, and particularly this semiconductor ecosystem investment that you've been talking about, has meant for people there, for jobs, for the economy, for their lives? What are you hearing?
It's Arizonans.
Arizona, did I say Arizonians?
Well, I'll give you a good example about, if you were graduating in 2006, 2007, from a degree in ASU, U of A, or didn't even get a degree, you really did not have to get a kind of high value degree. You could have gone directly into being a realtor, which is just, I have family that are realtors that make good money. You were somehow involved in either selling a house, supplying a house, building a house, financing a house, or decorating a house, right? And that was actually really, really good pay. And so if you're a high school graduate, and still is, if you were a high school graduate and you wanted to move up from middle class into really high income jobs, those were the most guaranteed ways to do that. Now what you're seeing is the workforce just turning and adapting to this new economy, which is high value, high pay. You have students that are now more interested in tech versus selling things. They're more interested in trying to figure out how to be part of this new growth when it comes to both AI, when it comes to chips. You have our community college system now that is producing a lot of the tech workers that are going to be going into TSMC. Even our construction workers, like I grew up working construction, doing drywall and doing insulation, things of that nature. Our construction workers now are training themselves and or going through different apprenticeship training programs to be able to build the fabs that are coming. And right now, it seems like every day I talk to TSMC or one of the suppliers, they're building more and more very high very high-end technical fab factories that are really, really difficult to do. And you can't just be a regular carpenter off the street. You have to actually go to school to do this. And now they're paying $90 an hour for you to be able to put this together, which is great money in Arizona, by the way. And
it's great money anywhere.
Anywhere, yeah. In Arizona, you're making a great living by doing that. So it really has changed how the mindset of working class people that are are going to school right now, and they're really orienting themselves to that new economy versus what it used to be a quicker buck back in the day.
That's really interesting. So it's not just advancing legacy jobs; it's creating new jobs and new
Absolutely.
opportunities.
Absolutely, and culture too. If you go up to northern North Phoenix area, it's like little Taipei there. You have Chinese restaurants. You have restaurants that specialize in food from Taiwan, or that are well known in Taiwan. We have a lot of intercultural connections right now. We have our little leagues that are going back and forth between the two countries. It is creating a new cultural and economic environment that just did not exist 10 years ago.
That's very exciting. You alluded to earlier the need for government in particular to pay attention to what's necessary to keep this going.
Yeah.
It's not just going to sustain itself without government at all levels taking action. And I want to drill down on a couple of those areas that you've talked publicly about before as needing action. And one of those is workforce.
Yep.
And you've been talking about the need for training, for development, for reskilling. Is this a federal government thing that you want to see happen? Is it a state and local? Is it an all level of government? What do you think needs to happen there?
Well, it's all levels and done in different ways. We at the federal level need to start thinking about what does that look like when it comes to how we help those students retrain. For too long, we've had two tracks of how we educate the future workforce. You're going to go to college, or you're going to become an apprentice, right? Or you go to community college, and that's it. What we're going to see, because I think AI is going to cause a lot of disruption to the workforce, you're going to see people going back to school multiple times in order for them to kind of retrain themselves back into the workforce that is existing at that point. And the way that we fund a lot of these training programs, it's kind of like a one-shot, one-kill scenario, and that's not how the economy is going to work anymore. So we're going to have to be able to be very flexible and allow someone to leave the workforce, go get retrained, most likely at a community college, pay the community college to actually train that person and then put them back in. We're going to have to make sure that there's also curriculum alignment. A lot of times what you're seeing, and I'm talking to other companies that are trying to align their workforce requirements with what's taught in the curriculum, you don't necessarily see that. So they have the workforce that they want, but the schools aren't actually aligning their curriculum whatsoever. And so, in Arizona, especially Maricopa County, we have our community college system that has a corporation curriculum board that works with all the major corporations to make sure they have curriculum alignment. And that makes a big difference, right? Talking to TSMCs and a bunch of the companies in Arizona and that are moving also just to the United States, their biggest concern is that. We've answered that in Arizona. It took us a while to get there, though. In my opinion, as a nation, we're going to have to do more of that investment. The other area that I think we're just not really paying attention to because it's too political is the side when it comes to workforce, when it comes to immigration, right? Some of the best, brightest minds in the world that want to come with these companies to the United States or grow with the U.S. companies are found overseas, and we're just pushing them out. China is offering amazing deals. You have other European countries that are just offering them green cards as soon as they get there, and we're basically kicking them out of the country and or not allowing their kids to get in. It's the dumbest thing we could ever do. It's basically the cheapest way that we can actually have a very fast, effective, and smart workforce to come here, and they are productive in the sense that they actually create jobs. But the more that we have this kind of, I would say xenophobic position when it comes to immigration, especially smart tech immigration, the more likely we're going to fall behind. Because yes, we can produce that knowledge base. Yes, we can produce that workforce, but it takes time, and it's a global world. Why not have the best and the brightest come to this country to join with the best and brightest here? And let's make sure that they can bring their families there, because then they can become part of the American dream and build their American dream here that we all will benefit from. Right now, we were pretty bad even before Trump got into power. to begin with. I think Biden and President Obama had had no innovation when it came to our immigration policy, when it came to tech at all. But now we've severely slid. And some of the best AI minds in the world are never going to step foot in the United States, and we're all going to end up poor because of that.
Well, and you're absolutely right. They're going to start the next great AI company somewhere else instead of starting it here. No, I like your point. I'm curious what you hear about energy in Arizona from your constituents. There's been a lot of discussion of the importance of building these AI factories. It's happening in Arizona. It's creating jobs. It's creating great opportunity for the U.S. to lead the world in AI. But AI takes energy.
Sure.
What are you hearing, and what do you think is the government policy needed there?
Well, let's separate the two. If you talk to an everyday Arizonan and say, hey, we're building this AI factory in Arizona, it's going to ask for more energy, and energy is usually not the problem, it's water that we're worried about a lot in Arizona. But if you say water or energy, if you tell them this will provide X amount of jobs at X amount of wages, and it's a high wage and high amount of jobs, they don't mind. Where they have a problem is when it's a data center, and the data center, in its building does create jobs without a doubt. Yep. High tech, yep. Construction pays well, as I said, $90 an hour on average. But once that data center is built, the amount of jobs that data center actually is directly connected to on that site tends to be fairly small. And they know that in our communities. They see how many people come in and out. They know who's not going to the local grocery store, local restaurant next to these data centers. And at least in Arizona, the biggest issue is the legislature changed the laws to give them such a favorable zoning status they could just build anywhere. So as much as I am a YIMBY, like I do believe you should build anywhere, housing anywhere as fast as possible. There are data centers that are now being built in middle of urban areas that take up very prime, dense housing opportunities and tend to also be water intensive, which is a big issue in Arizona. We, and I think a lot of Democrats, should not go to the position where we need to do some kind of ban or moratorium on the building. I think it just needs to treat like we treat anything else. There needs to be proper zoning, proper areas, properly get built, and build your own energy or bring your own energy. But the everyday ratepayer and consumer should not have to pay for the higher usage that's happening from data. But for us to try to move this overseas, for us to try to stop it, I think would be just basically kneecapping our own economy. And I think that's just not a smart policy standard to go by.
Agreed. You've talked about the importance of manufacturing to economic development, to job creation. Another area that you've talked a lot about is supply chain resiliency and national security.
Yep.
I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the importance of what's happening in Arizona, in particular around semiconductors and the ecosystem around it, and the link to national security, supply chain resilience that's so important.
Well, I mean, the original CHIPS Act actually came from the House Armed Services Committee. And this is actually prior to COVID. Many of us were actually talking about this around 2008, I think it was at 16 or 17, about our reliance on chips overseas and how dependent our weapons systems and platforms were. And you could have a beautiful F-35, but if the chip that was needed to get into that plane was overseas or was difficult to get, it didn't matter. And so the original precursor to chips, the first bill regarding that actually came from the House Armed Services Committee. I was one of the original co-sponsors of it. Post-COVID is when it really took off. We received different type of intel reports that were classified, and I think are still classified in Nature, about our severe reliance on chips from overseas and how it could have a negative impact, not just our defense infrastructure, but just on the whole economy if things went south. And then we saw the actual realization of this when we had massive inflation, when we couldn't get chips for cars, we couldn't get chips for refrigerators, we couldn't get all these things that really were being shown to us in real time. And it scared the hell out of us. It scared the hell out of me. And then as kind of China has been rising in its dominance and, when it comes to tech and trying to, outcorner us, it only became more and more important. So having our capability to grow our own chip reliance here, plus the suppliers, plus the critical minerals that go into that, is going to be really important for us going forward in order for us to have, essentially to have still economic sovereignty, not just be able to have our ability to deter and stop China, but for us to be able to survive as potentially as a nation. And the turnaround that we've seen now through these couple administrations is impressive. And look, talking to the Taiwanese government, they don't see it as us decoupling from them either, right? When they look at TSMC building their facilities here, they entirely see how this actually draws us together, and I entirely agree with them. But we both end up benefiting from having, separate systems that can, survive in terms of some very difficult times. It doesn't necessarily have to be war. We could find ourselves in another pandemic, for example. But it's going to be important for us to have that type of capability to survive should something bad happen. It's important now for our economy, as we've seen, and there's definitely net benefit to all of us doing this now and putting this investment forward.
Yeah. What did you take back from your trip to Taiwan about the success of the Taiwanese-U.S. partnership that perhaps could be replicated elsewhere?
Well, I don't want to replicate it anywhere. I want to keep going in Arizona.
Right,
just to be clear.
I'm sorry.
I'm the senator for Arizona.
Yeah. No, I meant replicate with other countries.
Well, I don't want to go to other
Arizona.
I don't want to. Other countries to bring back. Yes, that's why I'm like.
So Taiwan and the U.S. struck this partnership.
Yeah.
President Trump has been very clear. Taiwan's going to keep investing in the U.S. A lot of that investment's going to Arizona.
Yep.
How do we get other countries to match that kind of partnership that's worked so well between Taiwan and Arizona at the expense of all the other 49 states?
Well, on a national, international, let's stop doing stupid stuff. Like, don't go to try to start war with Greenland, or threaten wars with Greenland. And then use illegal tariff policies to try to push your allies around. A lot of the suppliers to TSMC are European. When we raised arbitrary tariffs on Europe, last year, some of the biggest suppliers were affected that were pushing a lot of their products to TSMC in the United States.
Interesting.
That really ticked off TSMC, it ticked off a lot of people, and it made them rethink about this relationship. So having good relations with your neighbors is going to make a big difference. We need to have that kind of stability, reliability, in order for you to want to do that kind of CapEx investment in the United States. Why would you do that type of investment if at any point you could have a man-child just change the tariffs because he doesn't like you, or because you decided that you were going to stand up for your sovereign rights as a country that you're not allowed to take, Greenland, right? Like, that's a very simple thing. I can't believe I have to say that publicly, but that's just like the thing that, leaders have understood for quite a while. But we can get those investments, but we're not going to get it the way that this administration is going about it right now. Improving the workforce, I think, has to continue doing that. Match that with good immigration policies. Our energy policy does have to be more robust, aligned. The president right now, has some good policies on energy, which I agree with in terms of cutting red tape in order for us to have bring more projects online, but also at the same time is cutting a lot of renewable energy projects. And it's not because I'm like pro-greens, because those are the quickest way for you to get electrons on the grid. And so he needs to, not just him, need to have a very, all energy is good energy, let's just get fast energy on approach to this. And that's where I think we could also be able to attract these companies, especially high-end manufacturing, if we can be the country that produces reliable electrons that are stable and price stable, then they're more likely to invest here. Our tax policy, I think, also is important. We have, we double tax right now Taiwan. I think they're willing to take it on the chin for now, but it seemed like everyone, I'm sure they had talking points like I get talking points too, but everyone I met at the Taiwanese government, from like, the city official all the way up to the president of Taiwan, kept talking about our double taxation of Taiwanese products. Got the message, we'll work on that. but making sure that we have a good tax policy that encourages and incentivizes investment here. But back to tariffs, like our supply chain is global. If you want to build a chip in the United States, most of those products are going to come from other parts of the world. And every time we put a tax on anything that comes into that chip, you're just increasing the cost of that chip, and you're disincentivizing more investment in the United States. And I think the president and his advisors need to understand that and actually talk to him about it. This is not the old way of doing things. It's not just like one dude working at a steel mill, putting out a steel grid, and everything moves on. We are very integrated around the world in all of our the supply chain, and so tariff policy will affect that in the long run.
Yep. All right. High-skilled immigration, smart energy policy, workforce retraining, get rid of the tariffs, and
don't piss off your friends.
And be nice to people.
Be nice to people.
That's
Fine.
a great roadmap.
There you go. Yeah.
Senator, thank you for a great roadmap and a great conversation. Senator Ruben Gallego.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Please.
Taking place now on the Intersect stage, Representative Brian Mast, chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, in a conversation with Jason Oxman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, welcome.
I thought I was going to get great walkout music like what was playing a second ago.
I don't even get to pick my own walk-on music, but for next time, let me know. Do you have a walk-on song that you can share?
I don't know, Thunderstruck or something by something by AC/DC
Anything
or Guns
by
N'
AC/DC.
Roses.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's what I would choose too.
Yeah. I assumed that.
Yeah, no, you can tell just by looking at me. I just say AC/DC, don't I?
Absolutely.
Well, thank you for being.
They agree.
They're laughing at me, not with me.
Same. Wait.
Thank you for being here. Any news from the Hill today that you?
No. Let's see. There's not a government shutdown. There is a CR on Homeland, and we'll see what happens in a couple weeks.
Well, thank you for getting that done before you came down here.
Yeah.
We appreciate it, and we're glad to have the government back open. So thanks for all your work there.
Likewise, makes my life easier.
We are excited to have you here because you operate at this global level as chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, but you also have this keen interest in technology. And AI is obviously operating at the intersection of technology and public policy. That's what our conversation here today has been all about. So I'm really keen to hear your kind of worldview on AI. President Trump has made very clear that it is a core tenet of the administration to advance AI dominance by American companies around the world. The AI action plan that he published is very focused on exporting AI to the world. How does this fit with the conversations that you want to have on the Foreign Affairs Committee? And what's your vision for what AI means to America?
I mean, I'll tie this just to me personally. I was a career soldier. I lived this country enough to damn near give my life for it. That's the reality of it. And I look at all things through a lens of how does it strengthen the United States of America? How does it strengthen our industry? How does it strengthen our ability to go out there and be competitive as a global power? How does it do that in terms of what is our military qualitative and quantitative advantages on a number of different fronts? Everything from, I used it in a comparison this morning to say, we have individual weapons system, and you might think of those like a killer bee, but the strength of killer bees is not that there's one bee. bee. The strength of killer bees is that they can swarm together in order to accomplish the same thing as one group. There's a strength and a capability that exists militarily when AI specifically is weaponized. And whether we like it or not, that's something we are going to either use to combat threats against us, or use as a part of our arsenal as a deterrence against those that wish to come against us. And that's something that we have to prepare for. And I guess, to pay one other fine point on it, because China is so much of this conversation. And, what will go to China? What tools will go to China? What chips will go to China? What inputs? Where do rare earths come from? Where are they refined? All points in between. And I'd bring it back to the nuclear conversation to say, you know what? I care more that China doesn't have a nuclear weapon, if I could go back in time, than whether that nuclear weapon says made in America on it, right? And that's how I look at it. What can we prevent them from having? Because I don't want them to have it in any way, shape, or form if it's a part of that power competition and specifically that military qualitative and quantitative advantage.
Well, I appreciate your attention to those important issues, and I know everybody in this room is grateful for all that you've done for our country, both in the military and now in public service.
It was mostly a good time. So that's the truth of it. I loved it. Most days I told my friends, if I could be overseas Monday through Friday and home with my wife and kids on the weekend, that would be the perfect mix of life. But that's not how war works. But it was a good time.
And it's not how your current job works either, unfortunately.
Yeah, not exactly.
Most of the time. Yeah. I mentioned that the Trump administration has released its AI action plan, and there's a lot in there. And there's a lot for Congress to do, and we could spend the rest of the day talking about everything that Congress can do, but I'm wondering if there are specific recommendations in the Trump administration's AI action plan that you're hoping will become legislation, that you're looking to make legislation. You obviously are committee chair, so you can make that happen. What are the elements of the AI action plan and the plans generally the Trump administration has for AI that you think Congress should move forward and legislate on?
Yeah, so I'll answer that in two parts. Just one, pretty much all parts of AI action plan, you can look forward to us working to codify through the Foreign Affairs Committee in our lane of export controls within the next couple months. We're planning a markup for those things already. More specifically, and to the broad strokes of what goes on with this AI action plan, we want to get to the point of no Chinese military end users. That is a common theme that we agree on, from the Bureau of Industry Security to the Department of War to the Office of the White House. That's something that we agree on. We want American companies and American allied companies to be the recipients of the highest tech first, and them not to have to compete with Chinese companies in order to get their hands on it. You can use an example of right now you have China looking to buy literally millions of chips through Alibaba, Tencent, ByteDance, Baidu, you name it, to buy a larger number of chips than what is in the whole of Elon's Colossus systems. And when they do that, is it to just buy chips so that American companies can't buy them? That's, it can be more than one thing at once. That's something that takes place. But is it really to compete and ultimately overtake? That is my personal assessment. They are working to be in the space to compete and overtake it. And Xi Jinping has been very clear on it. His whole administration has been clear on their designs on this. He said it, look, to rely on another country's technology is to build your house on somebody else's foundation. They are getting their hands on anything that they can to advance Huawei, to advance their other companies, not to put them at parity, but to put ours out of business.
Interesting. So that's a foreign affairs lens on this, and you are clearly laser focused on the national security implications of exporting American AI around the world. I realize you chair the Foreign Affairs Committee, but I want to ask you about domestic priorities as well. Are there elements of the AI action plan related, and there are a number of sections to it, obviously, ranging from workforce training and development to energy to AI ethics to deployment of AI, reskilling, all kinds of issues in there. Are there domestic elements of the AI action plan that you'd like to see Congress move on as well, whether through your committee or your colleagues?
You spoke about two of my favorites and two of the most important: workforce development and beyond that, energy.
Great.
Maybe
Let's talk
energy
about 'em.
first and workforce development second.
Okay.
But when you talk about those two things, I use Congress, and I use Congress as an example this morning. I was speaking to the Ripon Society about this very thing, and a few people were in there. And when you look at, let's just talk about the workforce of Congress. AI is not intuitive to 435 members of Congress and 100 members of the Senate. And that is a real problem. We've had a very real focus in my committee of doing closed doors, behind the scenes roundtables with all companies from industry that are interested in coming to educate our members. And we do it behind closed doors because we want members to really learn, because it's so not intuitive to them, but a whole portion of our population that is coming up and needs to be educated, not just in what it will be a part of for their life, but how they get involved as a part of that, of their livelihood and their workforce. And they're not knowing. And so if members of Congress can't understand where we're at with AI in the moment, and the lithography, the tools, the chips, where they're made, the inputs needed to do it, and how we are at the moment that we're at, how in the world do they have any capability to imagine where we can be in 1 year, or in 5 years, which is a world away, or in 10 years, which is a world away? We were having a conversation back. I'm saying it'd be like them trying to describe how they would create a black hole or something like that. It's something incomprehensible to them if they don't understand where we're at right now. And so we have to do that with the domestic workforce. Just be educated, be smart on something that's such a big part of our future, and get that, everything from our state colleges to, of course, our Ivy Leagues and places where they're already working on this, and all points in between, to have those that can work on a lens for a tool that makes a chip, to work on the diagnostics of chips once they're, in some data center somewhere, you name it, to work on the energy production. And the energy side of it is, again, I'll take this to a nuclear conversation side. You look at the nuclear triad: drop a nuke out of the belly of an aircraft, fire it off a land-based missile silo, or fire it out of a submarine, right? There's different things that you look at with these weaponized things. Well, guess what? China has places where they own parts of their triad and they're better at it than us, and we have places where we're better at it than them. Because of our amazing engineers and companies that are out there developing, we have the best chips, hands down. Puts Huawei to shame. Their yield on them is well below, and their capability is well below. They don't have the capability to compete, but they want to compete, which is why they want ours. But they're beating the socks off of us in energy, which means that needs to be a place where we take ourselves from a liability to an advantage. And that has to happen domestically, or through our allied partnerships, where we're also going to work to put data centers and things like that across the board. But one way or another, we have to overcome both of those challenges, or we fall behind.
Yep. Speaking of falling behind, obviously 95% of the people who live on the planet do not live in the United States, so it's really important for American companies to access overseas markets. You've been spending a lot of time being very thoughtful about how the U.S. can work most effectively with foreign partners. President Trump has been talking a lot to foreign leaders about making investments here in the U.S., but also making sure that U.S. companies have opportunities overseas. What's the model that you like? What are the kind of the parameters that you think are really important for U.S. partnerships with foreign countries on the export of AI and related technologies overseas? What's important to include there when you think about those?
Look, AI and related technology, I'm going to start with it from a platitude, which I think most of us just agree on in life. None of us have time for bullshit. We have limited amount of time. And when you look at the conversations that have to happen between nations, it's important that we have the real tough discussions, which we haven't been doing. What does America need from you? What do you need from the United States of America? If we provide what you're looking for, do we get what we need? Or do we not? That might be a mineral in the ground. That might be refinement. It might be an alliedship because we work better together. It might be a strategic high ground for military capabilities. It might be a host of different things. But what is that transaction, long and short term, that needs to take place that we've been ignoring in the past? We're having these really difficult conversations, and some people think that's a bad thing. But I will tell you from my first-person perspective of having meetings all day long, and I just came from 5 of these today, with the foreign minister, the trade minister, the defense minister, the king, the queen, the crown prince, the president, the ambassador of whatever country. All day long, those are my meetings. Yeah. They now come to those meetings starting with the answer to question number 1. Hey, we have this thing that the United States of America needs, or this location to do this thing, or this energy, or this port to ship it, or this whatever. We have the best of this. We need you to come and work on doing this. That is how they start the conversation instead of with their hand out. And then they say, this is what we would like. And this is how it would benefit our people in terms of business and trade and advance the strength of all of us working together. That is how the conversation starts out. And that is a change because they recognize the distinction of the United States moving from aid to trade. Trade is our foreign policy tool. It is our number one foreign policy tool at this point, and it's under the guise of none of us have time for bullshit. China is working to beat us. Yep. They will, if they can find one bottleneck of any one input that we need, they will exploit it to the fullest. So how do we work together to say, because we work together, we dealt with that bottleneck and it no longer exists for us? Because they're going to do it if we do.
Yeah. One of the areas that I think is most challenging under your portfolio is cooperating with international partners on sanctions regimes, on export controls, to make sure that the U.S. isn't acting alone. So for example, if we're trying to control critical technologies, you mentioned lithography, critical minerals, chip-making equipment and the like, and we do it ourselves, then countries that we're trying to limit their access to can just go directly. Or other countries get market opportunities that we just have cost ourselves. What have you seen work well in the U.S. partnering with our allies around the world to be on the same page on these issues of controlling access to critical technologies or sanctions or the like? Or what do you want to see more of if you're not liking what you're seeing happening?
Look, I think ASML is the perfect example of what has taken place in the past. But it's also an important example of what a liability can be in the future as well, and where U.S. policy matters, right? And these conversations go, I'm not saying they start with me by any means. I wouldn't be that egotistical, but I'm just saying I'm part of that conversation. Yeah. Myself and our director of the CIA and our, Marco, our head of our State Department, and our Department of War, and our BIS, and our commerce across the board, everybody a part of these conversations. And if there's a decision to sell something like a chip that an ASML machine can make, but they're not selling machines, but now we're transferring a chip to a country like China, or rather their companies within, then that creates a liability that undercuts our ability to control that, right? I always want American companies and our allied companies to run faster than theirs, but I'm not unwilling to put a hurdle in the way of our adversaries. And that hurdle of them not being able to get their hands on ASML's highest tech for producing chips is a huge hurdle in their way. It is the number one hurdle to Chinese data centers that they do not have access to the compute that our companies have. Whether, every bit of the most advanced data centers today and frontier AI has used American chips, whether in combination or solely, it has been American chips. And if they either can't get their hands on it or the tools to make them, that's a big deal. But if policy changes to let them get their hands on chips, then you don't have as much of an argument to say you shouldn't be selling the tools that make them either. And that's, a difference of prerogatives right now that we're arguing it out.
Yeah, interesting. One area that China has used, I think, pretty effectively in the last couple of years is access to critical minerals to make our lives difficult, I think is probably the goal as best distilled. And you've been talking a lot about this. You've held hearings on this. One of the things I think that's really exciting is the Trump administration's new Pax Silica program, going around the world trying to enter into partnerships to secure a more robust supply chain of critical minerals. What's your current thinking on that? What do you need your colleagues in Congress to be looking at? And how worried are you about this critical mineral issue and the way in which China has historically used it as a bottleneck for us?
I said Project Silica, thank God, or Pax Silica, thank God in this way. At least there's people thinking about it. And, regardless of where it ends up, and it's already advancing because you had just in the last 24 hours, what was it, Project Fortress or Project Vault or whatever, whatever it was to say, we're going to start stockpile, put seed money in to stockpile very specifically critical minerals. It's looking at a vulnerability that really hasn't been examined well by the United States of American government as a whole, and now looking for ways to address that, not just ignoring it. And that's why I say, thank God for Pax Silica, because you're looking to say there needs to be a plan to do it. You have an AI action plan that's put out. You have a BIS final rule that comes out. You have Secretary of War Hegseth talking about how much this is the future of military as a whole and every place that we need to be in. Everybody is paying attention to it. And I think rallying around something very important, two very important things. The number one liability can be the United States of America government getting in the way of incredible companies, entrepreneurs, engineers, people that it wasn't government that made this great capability, but because of its relation now to military advantage, there is oversight with the government. It's not just video games and Halo on Xbox or something like that and Call of Duty. It's real war, it's real casualties, it's real decision making, from drones to nukes and all points in between. It's real warfare. So again, I just go back to thank God that it is being finally looked at, and those critical minerals, that the supply chain for that is being looked at. Where do they come from? How do we work with allies that are, again, coming to my door saying, we have this in the ground. Come and get it out, please. Come and refine it here, please, so that China can't write a letter and say, listen, if you're part of our circle of refinement, you can't sell it to the United States of America, which is literally what they did, which resulted in, the response from America of saying whatever it was, 100, 150% tariff. That was that back and forth as a part of that. We're working to get ourselves out of those liabilities.
That's good. Last question to you. Looking ahead, 2026, your chairmanship covers a lot of areas. What are you most excited to focus on in the coming months? What do you need from the tech industry to help support your work?
Look, obviously, this is something that I'm passionate about because it's so important for our country as a whole. And, we've been talking about the high end, the frontier, and, me certainly, the relation to the ship to military and weaponization of this, which is exciting, important, and we see playing out, between Russia and Ukraine right now and a number of other places. But it's so far beyond that for how it affects our workforce, for how it affects data crunching and decision making for everybody across the board and their companies. And again, if people in our country right now can't understand, or in our Congress, I'll be more specific, in our Congress, can't understand where we're at right now, then they don't have the capability to imagine where we could be at in the future, and that makes them a liability instead of a boon. And
So
we need
education
people to be a
work,
boon.
it sounds like.
Damn right.
All right, you got it. Chairman Brian Mast, thank you for your
Thanks.
leadership on these issues, and thank you for your service to our country, and thank you for being
Appreciate
here
it.
today. Thank you. We're going this way.
All right. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Closing out the Intersect stage, Jason Oxman.
What a great conversation with Chairman Mast. And unfortunately, Chairman Cruz has been held up on the Hill and won't be able to make it today. The most exciting thing for me, and anybody that produces events here in DC would agree, that that's the only cancellation we had today. That's actually amazing. So I want to thank Chairman Cruz for being the only cancellation we had today, because it wouldn't have seemed right if we didn't get at least one. But I hope you'll agree that we had an incredible lineup of speakers today, an incredible program. The ITI team has put together an amazing event. We are grateful to all of you, all of our distinguished speakers for being here with us today. The expertise we've heard on the stage, the conversations we've had with all of you have really helped us at ITI provide a deeper understanding of America's role in the global tech race that we've been talking about, the geopolitical environment that we all face, and the dynamic policy environment ahead that we all have to look forward to. I want to once again, before we close, thank the ITI member companies whose generous support made today's event possible. Thank you to Amazon, CrowdStrike, Accenture, Cisco, Dell, Ericsson, Salesforce, Schneider Electric, Intuit, MasterCard, Nielsen, Qualcomm, Sage, and to Tenable. So please join me in thanking all of those great ITI member companies for making this possible. Thank you to all of our terrific speakers. Please stay engaged with us as you do throughout the year. Thanks to the terrific ITI team and all our friends here who have made this event possible. We invite you, indeed encourage you, and if we could, we would require you to join us at the networking reception that takes place right outside these doors as soon as I walk off the stage. A great opportunity to head into the foyer and enjoy each other's company. Please enjoy the rest of your time together here. Thank you for being with us. Thanks for your engagement with ITI, and we look forward to seeing you all soon. Take care.